Hey everybody, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Let's see. Yay. There's Fancy Nancy. Okay, y'all. We're about ready to get started today. I'm going to check the tweets and see what Justin Lum and them have to say. But as you see, it's getting along in the morning. This is day 4 of the trial. Good heavens. This is Welcome to Difficult Research. This channel is operated by Kresha Kay Easton, and that's Kay Woodcock's daughter. That's JJ Vallow's aunt. That's Charles Vallow's niece, Lori Vallow's niece, Tylee's cousin. This is her channel, and she's here to speak for the victims who can't speak anymore, and we're here to get justice for Brandon. So let's see what's going on here, and Justin has to tell
Don't
us.
forget FBI agent Nick Balance, who his testimony might be very technical and it might get into the weeds regarding cell phone data, but that was a huge key component in witness testimony in both Idaho trials for Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Cell phone records, communications, and all of that. Tracing cell phones, I mean, that was key in tracing Alex Cox's cell phone at the property of Chad Daybell the days following the last time we ever saw JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, ultimately where their bodies were found. It was Alex Cox's cell phone data, and really linking the Gmail account, Homer J. Maximus. We're going to see that a lot. So this Jeep, clearly evident to the jury that it's the suspect vehicle. Yeah. I don't think any of them have any doubts about that. I don't think that they're doubting that there was a shooting. Lori's way of questioning and trying to say that, you know, this is a faulty camera system or there are not enough photos out there to prove that the Jeep was there. I mean, what else can she do? She is her own defense. She has to try and cast doubt. But some interesting news today that we should report on right now, especially before George is going to go on Fox 10 Talks in a little bit. So we're going to talk to you all for about 10 more minutes. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back to that. But I just want you guys to hear about this. 500 of you watching already. That's what I like to see. And we're also streaming on TikTok, by the way. We've been talking a lot about TikTok this morning and how we're streaming everywhere besides YouTube, also on our Fox Local platform. But interesting to note that Judge Boreski yesterday ordered Maricopa County Sheriff's Office authorizing officials to transport Lori Daybell to court using any means necessary to include force to secure the attendance of the defendant for her trial June 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. Now, did this have to do with the long delay we had at the beginning of the morning with that 30-minute sidebar? I don't know, but this is the third time he's had to put in an order. The other two were because, you know, she said, I don't feel good enough. I don't feel healthy enough. I'm very sick. And he says, well, there's not enough information for you to prove that you can't be in the courtroom and cannot, you know, defend yourself. I'm going to bring you in regardless, unless there's some documentation. So with that said, I don't know if this is the same reasoning, if it has to do with the lingering sickness or what she's dealing with. I did hear some coughing from her yesterday here and there, but Judge Boreski making sure that she appears. And I just had this inkling, like I said yesterday, I had to check in with MCSO that she was going to be in court, and because it felt like we were running a little bit late, they confirmed she was there. But now we know that he had put it in order. I want to know if that happens today too.
Well, you know, he kind of hinted he would do this early on in the trial. We know last week he even threatened to revoke her per se ability to represent herself if she didn't kind of change her demeanor in court. I will say we watched her yesterday, her body language, didn't notice anything unusual. We've obviously seen her show up to court not feeling 100%. Yesterday, I didn't notice anything. I don't think anybody in the courtroom did. But you do wonder if that long delay yesterday at the beginning dealt with this. It would explain maybe why Judge Boreski wanted to clear the courtroom, because he kicked everybody out.
So, and why there was an official with Department of Corrections. So I think that this order definitely came up. I don't know what was said, but they moved on. They went about their day. we will see on our Superior Court minute entries if the same thing was filed for today.
This morning,
They
yeah.
usually show up a day later, so tomorrow we'll see. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Judge Boreski's just trying to make sure that there are no other distractions, that she shows up there. Meanwhile, I checked in with MCSO to see if she'll be appearing. I fully expect that to happen. They're supposed to start a little after 10 o'clock. We're waiting for that state seal to come up in the courtroom from the pool camera with court TV. But we want to see if, they start on time a little bit earlier, what housekeeping issues come up before the jury is ordered to come into the court at 10:15, and then we will continue that cross-examination by Lori Daybell, and we have now had 14 witnesses testify already.
We are moving along at a pretty quick clip. You theorized yesterday if this continues, the prosecution, the state could rest their case.
I want to show y'all something. So I'm going to jump up to this time for just a minute. One of Tammy Daybell's sisters, no, let's see, I'm not sure whether it was her cousin, is a relation to Tammy. Let's see, here we are. What is this thing? Here. Made these cookies and she's passing them out, and it says, while Lori is serving life with her green chili guilt enchiladas, Chad's on death row still talking about a storm that hit more like a drizzle. Please enjoy this cookie that tastes like freedom. Isn't that nice? And Trace sent me this because she was given one of those. I noticed that Nate was telling about this too. So let's go back and see if he's still talking about it. He is. So.
To that extent, I mean, they're advisory council, but how much do they actually say, let's teach you, let's kind of put you in the classroom?
Or what she's asking of them, hey, where can I go with this? We've said this before. I think that we do feel like there are times maybe she kind of goes rogue, right? That she maybe has a roadmap of the questioning, that she wants to ask, and then at some point changes direction on her own. But she has certainly, her demeanor has changed a little bit since the outburst last week where she was kicked out of court. Not as combative, not even as, I don't get the sense that she's being short with anybody either. Even on the objections, she would always subtly argue an objection, or when she had one sustained against her, she would argue a little bit. I haven't seen much of that in the last 2 days, but again, is she 100%? She not feeling well? Love to know more as we dig deeper to figure out what it is, where her mindset is on this trial. But obviously this week, knowing that she probably picks up on the fact prosecution is pretty close to resting their case.
Hey, so someone in the chat refers us to Nate's post. Tammy Daybell's cousin is attending the trial today. She brought cookies with a message printed on the wrapper. So cookies are being passed out in the courthouse lobby before they go to the courtroom. So we're missing out.
Somebody needs to send some here. Yeah.
Yeah. Cookies being, before the day starts, day 4. And so and that's what I do love about courtroom and when you cover these cases, there is some sort of camaraderie, not just with press, but the public that comes, are real trial watchers, like avid trial watchers. They know the case, just as well as anybody. They know the players and they are there. So that's cool. So that it looks like we're about to get underway in a little bit as we wait for the state seal. But we have our poll question. I'm going to post that in the chat box. And I'm going to ask you what you think, because we keep talking about this, and I think today is a day to bring it up, as we might hear from Ray Hermosillo and the FBI witness Nick Balance. Will Lori Vallow Daybell fully opened the door to prior murder convictions when law enforcement from Idaho or FBI testified. Already 537 votes, 50% saying yes, she's bound to. I think this is our closest, as far as results and options, the closest, I guess, almost near a tie. 12% say no, she will stop herself. 38% say judge will help give her a final warning. And we've seen Judge Boreski sort of, keep everything within the rails, the guardrails, and make sure, hey, let's sidebar. Are you sure about this? And Trina's just like ready. Like, are you going to let her do this? Because I'm ready to open the door.
Well, and we hear the names. We've heard Charles's name brought up. We heard Chad's name brought up. I have not heard Tylee or JJ's name, although Tylee, I believe, when we're referencing the Jeep, I think her name came up a few times. I don't know if the jury's picking up on that. Obviously, that's not been well explained to them for good reason. But again, what is it? When they start hearing, there's so many names in this trial, just not just the witnesses, but whether or not the jury, again, they are allowed to take notes. We know that. There's going to be a number of gaps where you feel like you're needing to fill in the holes. And again, yesterday was the first time, like we mentioned, that any juror had asked any question of it. And the first question was, is it more difficult to shoot at close range as opposed to farther off when it came to the shooting? And the answer was, well, if you have a scope on it, yeah, it can be a little bit more challenging. To me, I know a lot of the questioning at that time, a lot of the testimony at that time had to do with the shooting and trying to pinpoint where was the Jeep in proximity to the Tesla. A lot of talk about, was that really a gun or a bullet that caused the hole that we saw in the Tesla? But again, that's about it. There was one other question after that, and then they moved on. So you do wonder, is the jury keeping up, or have they kind of tuned out at this point?
We shall see. We got you warmed up. You got to head over to Fox
That's
10
right.
Talks now.
Okay.
I put in the link, so you can stay here, open another tab. Always going to talk to Ron Hoon about the case as we get ready for day 4 of trial. Been rotating on Fox 10 Talks and then pushing you guys back here to keep watching with us. 1,200 of you now already on the stream, bright and early, 10 a.m. here. What time is it? Where are you watching from? Let us know. And again, follow us on all platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. You're here, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications as we have been.
So I'm going to mute him for a little while and we can talk. I want to know what y'all think about her opening the door. Do you think she's going to keep on and open the door? If you think that Lori's going to open the door to 404B testimony about her previous crimes, put a 1 in the chat if you believe that's going to happen. If you think that, let's see. Oh yeah, we got the 1s going on. 2 if you don't think she's going to do it. Yeah, she's going to mess around and walk right through that door of her own self, right through it. She's going to walk right through that door, and they're going to do the 404B stuff. You watch them. So let's see. I'm going to see if Nate and them are saying anything else, because they're being awful quiet this morning. I guess they all sent us that. There was something that came down this morning, and I want to say that Joe Schmo was the first one to post it. And let's see, I'm going to go back and just do it from his page. And I put the link in the, let's see, where is it? Here it is. It's been 3 hours ago now. So share this tab instead. Okay. So Joe says, breaking news, a new document has been posted of the trial to Lori Vallow Daybell. Yesterday, the judge issued, make sure that my mic's working. Yes. Where is it? Okay. The judge issued another forcible transfer order. This likely explains the delay first thing in the morning after there was a sidebar with the MCO rep and the courtroom was cleared. And so, let's see. Okay. Let me see. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Okay. So you can't really read what it says, but I can. It says that it is ordered authorizing the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office to transport the defendant to court using any means necessary to include force to secure the attendance of the defendant for her trial on 6/9/2025 at 10:30 a.m. before the Honorable Justin Berensky, courtroom 5D, South Court Tower. So I'm guessing he's going to send one of these down there every day. That she's going to get her behind up here, whether she wants to or not. So let's see. So I guess we can go back to Justin for a minute and see what's going on. If I can find my tab that does that. Okay. Share this instead.
In court, remember just a couple weeks ago when she wanted a probable cause hearing, the judge explained that's not exactly how it works. When they're aggravating factors, the prosecution will basically present to the jury, these are why there are aggravating factors to this crime that you've now convicted her of. And if those are found to be aggravating factors, then that will ultimately impact the judge's sentencing decision. So will she stipulate to that again if she's found guilty? She may not. We don't know. Those sentencing hearings could happen on separate days, a sentencing day regarding Charles Vallow's murder, and then a sentencing for what happened to Brandon Boudreaux if she is found guilty in this case. Thank you to everyone reminding me that Colby Ryan is there today. We will be checking in on that, and he could possibly, just like he did in the last trial, speak to the press outside. So we'll make sure that we have a crew ready for that if indeed he has any comment about his mother representing herself once again. In the meantime, good morning to everyone. We have someone from Sweden. We've got Northern Ireland, UK, Arizona, all kinds of places. Pam Keith, appreciate you saying, we definitely, it's been quite an experience again covering this way, streaming all day and covering this trial. So we are glad that you guys are enjoying it, enjoying the panel. We'll have the panel back on today at the lunch recess. Judge Mel McDonald, Rachel Smith, Benjamin Taylor, and of course, Rich Robertson, who was mentioned in testimony yesterday. Lori asked Ryan Pillar how she was contacted by Rich Robertson, the private investigator for Brandon Boudreaux, who was trying to find out the location of Melanie Boudreaux and Alex Cox because Brandon feared for his life and wanted to know where they were and wanted to get away from Alex Cox, who is believed to be the shooter in this case and is the shooter in the Charles Vallow case. And the jury already knows that he has died. Lori mentioned that. She's done that twice now in both opening statements for both trials. They don't know how he died. They don't know the details. They don't know about her family members. They don't know that Charles Vallow was murdered, but they do know that Alex Cox has died. So they're not wondering if he will take the stand at some point. He can't. He's not here. So that's the case with that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. Obi's going to come back and we'll chat with you all for a little bit more. See you in a little bit.
It's a good thing I was muting because the last part was cussing. Jet Set Jay, it's good to see you. Hi, Kresha, Donna, and the mods. Shabelle says she wants out of jail, so she says, I say, let it rip. Beach Lady says, I think she's tired of taking the rap for herself and she wants to bring her cult in. I wish that would happen, Beach Lady. I wish she would get so rowdy that the others will have to speak up or their asses will just get drugged down there. That would be ideal, I think. Somebody should really encourage her that way. Can you believe that Melanie got by with this and you're having to sit up here and she's going getting big glasses and getting her hair done? So, good to see you. Natalie is here. Elisa, Beach Bum, so good to have you here. She says, yes, that door has been open, but they are giving her a chance. Next time, I bet it's in. Can they bring Brandon back to the... Who in the chat knows? Can Brandon be called back in, or was he released? Because I'd like for them to get Brandon to tell why in the world he, when he started disagreeing with her and about what, besides being pink ponied. Hey, Heather Feather, Gritty Gret, lover of puns. Yeah, I was muted down to that. Of course, she will have appeals, but they will fall flat. Yeah, well, she'll wear herself out right. That pretty crap, won't she? So let's see. I'm going to see if Nate has put anything else in the chat. I mean, in the Twitter land. If he has, I'll bring it up. Justin is burning the thing at both ends. I think the only thing Nate really said was about the cookies. Nate says Tammy Daybell's cousin is attending the trial, and she brought these cookies with the message printed on them. So we see it's the one like we saw from Trace. It says, while Lori is serving life with her green chili guilt enchiladas, Chad's on death row, still talking about a storm that hit more like a drizzle. Please enjoy this cookie that tastes like freedom. And it looks like it's chocolate chip, and it looks like it may have nuts in it too. Yummy. Yummy. That is really, let's see. I think this is where we were. I'll get back to that. Did I get back to that? Yeah, so I'm gonna, okay, those boys need to tweet us something. Let's look and see if Trace has told us anything. Let's see, they started it. Let me start this edition again. Okay, they started at 10:30. So that's, so were they already started, or was it 10:15? Well, I know they're in the courtroom because Trace said they're in the courtroom. She said that, it looked like an oatmeal chocolate chip, didn't it, KJ? It sure did. It looked so good. So I'm trying to think, it'd be like 30 minutes. And they usually don't start tweeting until court actually starts. And so, seeing when that'll be, it should be any time they should start giving us some juicy tweets to at least hear about. And Gritty Grit says she's got cookie envy now. I know it. Jet Set Jay says they're holding their breath. Okay, see. Trace says that they're all in. So that's good. They're all in there. And Beach Bun says, don't forget to smash the like button. Y'all do. It really helps with the algorithm. If we get a lot of likes and comments going on, it'll juice it. Okay, so Trey says that Lori is there and she's got the funky pony. Not the pink pony, but the funky pony. Oh, my Lord. Somebody stop me. Nancy Joe is here today, too. And, you know, that's another thing. I'm glad she's there. Kay and Nancy Joe both intimidated Lori, and she needs to have them sitting right there looking at her. And then she can figure out what she wants to say down next. Whew. You know, I had a friend, and this has been years ago, whose sister was murdered. And it was a whole different situation. It was still a terrible, horrible thing. And they searched for her for about 24 hours and they found her. So it was much faster. And the man was insane, totally not in his right mind, of course, whoever is. But I mean, he really was. And I went to the trial with her, and it's been so long ago, I can't really even remember much about it. But she was very obsessed with getting to talk to this man face to face. And it really bothered her for a long time because she wanted to talk to him or be questioned or question him. And so that was probably really therapeutic for Kate to be able to say what she needed to Lori. And you don't always get that chance because my friend, they wouldn't let her family even go to the prison to visit anybody. So there was no chance she could ever talk to the man. But I'm just thinking that getting to face off, as scary as that is to all of us, was probably therapeutic for her. And I'm glad Nancy Joe's sitting there with her, and I hope they got I wish they'd let them have that shot belt remote control for a minute. So let's see here. Wait, if that's all it in, does it mean that we'll have to wait another 30 minutes to see the trial? Probably, but we'll be finding out stuff. Like Trace is here, and Trace says that tall Detective Moffat's sister is here. She's tall and looks just like him. He's testifying in another case today, but he came and hugged her. Oh, that's very nice now, isn't it? Well, you know, it's been however many years these people, the whole family's been tied up with this. Just like, you know, these law enforcement and lawyers and prosecutors, their families have been tied up with this too. I'm sure they do want to see the what's going on down there. KJ says Trace, is Trina in the same color as Lori? Okay, that's something that she noticed, that KJ noticed before. So Trace, I hope she answers this question. Okay. She says, I think Trina is in black. Abernathy is blocking my view right at this moment. So we'll have to say. Trace is doing that on purpose. Mismatched. Okay. Hey, Carolyn A. We're just getting started. So we'll just have to see what she's going to do. I guess we could hear him again for a minute if y'all want to see what he's saying.
Or others into that door. But if that were to happen, whether or not Lori would be able to pick up on it quick enough, or if her advisory council is warning her, hey, if you don't want that door open, just be careful, when you hear certain questions, and object. Doesn't mean you're going to win the objection, but at least you make it known and you put it on Boreski's radar. Hey, look, I don't like where this is going, and this could potentially, throw a wrench in this idea that the jury is going to be made aware of my previous misdoings, if you will.
This cross is going to be very, I think, tense with Hermosillo if she does intend to cross. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's been what,
Yeah.
5 years, 5.5 years. So,
But also that, and when she's seen him face to face, she was sitting at the defense table in Idaho.
correct, right?
She did not speak at all.
No.
I mean, it was this trial was huge. It was the first pathway to justice back in 2023, but she had public defenders. She did not testify. They had no witnesses. I mean, they had nothing. There were no cameras in the courtroom. We saw sketches and we heard trial audio. The only time the jury really got to hear her voice, besides confirming her name, who she was, to the courtroom, was hearing her in a podcast episode that she had done with Melanie Gibb, how they let that exhibit in. And that was a way of, in a sense, I think the defense's opportunity to show her testimony as this religious woman who just, had strong faith. That was the only real opportunity. So she never got to speak to Hermosillo, who's a part of that case and a key witness. And now she's in charge. It's a whole different ballgame. It's a different dynamic. It's bizarre. We talked about her questioning the alleged victim in this case and how, traumatizing that is for him, for Brandon Boudreaux, and he got through that. But yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see her do that. And if she actually opens that door and if she gets any more warnings about doing that, I think you're going to hear several objections from Kresha Kay. She's ready.
And remember, a lot of the detectives we're hearing from now, Pilar, specifically Hermosillo coming up, those are people who interviewed, the key players in this originally. So there's some connection there. Again, how personal does she make her cross as we go forward? How personal does it get? We saw it in the last trial with Kay. Didn't notice it as much with Brandon, but it was subtle. It was there that you clearly know these two know each other. With the detectives, it's almost the other way around. These detectives know so much about this case and have gone over the evidence quite a bit in the last couple of years because of the previous trials, that they almost have a window into who Lori is more so than anybody else in that courtroom.
All right. Chat is ready. 1,500 people watching. Wow. And they don't want to hear us talk, apparently.
No,
Dorothy Lopez says, "Gents, on to trial. Stop talking." Well, let me tell you, Dorothy, there's a 30-minute delay. Yeah. So you won't be able to see this trial on YouTube until about 10:42. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be here watching.
You okay? Donna is stuck. I was like, okay, yeah, frozen. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll work my jelly. Poor thing. I was like, what? Everything just stopped. So she'll be back. Looks like the portal kicked her out, or she let herself out, right? Hey guys, how are you doing? I've been working back here. When I came on, I was like, okay, Donna went live. Damn makeup. I'll be on in just a second. I'm still trying to find the dang spot where the spot that I was talking about yesterday when we ended about Melanie. Like I feel like I heard something that nobody else is talking about. So I'm like, what the hell? Did I even hear it? Did I, hear wrong? And so I'm just trying to figure it out. So this is me. This is what I'm doing. I'm in yesterday's trial testimony, the one for East Idaho News that we were watching yesterday. It doesn't have a transcript for some odd reason that doesn't make sense to me.
Like usually they'll spit out a transcript. So what I'm doing is, I mean, it's kind of, but this is so early on in the stream, so it just doesn't feel like it's right
of
here.
2019 for an incident
Mhm.
regarding Lori
And
Vallow
that's just Justin Long
and
and
Alex Cox. So the name Alex Cox is being thrown out a lot. We know about.
yeah, I remember seeing these pictures. They were included in the Chandler. The one they did not redact one of my uncle laying on the floor. It wasn't blurred. Oh my God, that was so hard. That was hard to see. I really freaked out after that. I mean, even though I know it's a blur between you and a picture of your dead uncle, but that blur really helps, and it took me a lot of months and even years to kind of get comfortable with seeing it so much, but to see it unblurred is a whole nother story. Let's see here. So I'm just kind of, let me go backwards here so I can get, because I know it's towards it allegedly. If I heard right, then it was towards the end of the day yesterday. I remember marking it at 6:69 on my stream, which of course I haven't gone back to look at, but let's see what it says. It was about, I just kind of have to read it a little bit, okay? So I do apologize. Oh, it's them talking. So this one throws me off because they talk in the middle of it, but let's see here. Nope, that goes back that way. Yep, back them. Okay. Oh, would it be right there? Nope. Okay, let me keep going back. And I said 6:69. It was 6:59 or something along those lines. Let's see, maybe around here. It was something along the lines of Alex Cox being around Melanie Boudreaux's house on the morning of the shooting. But again, I don't know if I'm making that up or if I'm freaking going Lori. If I'm going Lori, because she cray too. Let's see here. Okay, let me just kind of back up. Oh, yeah. Backing it up. By the time I find it, then the news will start coming in for the trial. Okay. All right, I just feel like I need to keep backing it up. It was the burner phone. It was like track phone. I remember that. I hate to just like jump into it and then I'd just be right ahead of it, and not go far back enough. Let's just listen to this. That's all we gotta do. So I'm starting right here at 6:01. Although I know it's around 6:59. Let me just entertain myself here. Okay. Who do you believe at that time in your whatever investigation, based upon your investigation, was using that track phone based on the information I had at the time, and the data belonged to Alexander Cox? Okay. Let's see. And I need it for October 2nd, not so much. Oh, whoa. There's Brandon Boudreaux. Melanie Boudreaux. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I'm warm. Let's just say I'm kind of warm. Okay.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Let's see. Hold on.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for
Let's get it up.
480, 489? The phone number associated to Lori Vallow and the 480-351. the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Come on.
This is Exhibit 179. On these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this.
I'm just listening real hard.
Correct?
yes,
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone?
Yes,
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
Okay.
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreaux left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
Okay. Hold on.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
yes,
And was that associated via, Brandon Boudreaux had provided that?
yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes,
Is that a track phone? I missed
While
it.
you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612?
yes,
480-692. 692. What was it? 692-9612. 6912.
And then during was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps?
Yes,
He's uncomfortable.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
yes.
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then Exhibit 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes,
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 1.
Time to read ahead. Okay, is it right here? Talk to Chad. Sorry, I've been trying to track this all, well, last night.
Kresha,
Inside that exhibit,
I think
you
we
can just
may be
verify.
back up. I'm not sure. I'm gonna add it and see, okay?
What?
I think we
I
may
didn't
be
hear.
back in.
Back in what?
Day 4 trial? Or is that
It-
something he's just showing? No, I'm
I'm showing
sorry.
this right now. Yeah. It'll start in about 10 or so. Well, the updates, right? It'll start, or will it be the video? Hold on. I got to think. I need to change this clock right here so I'll know Arizona damn time. I'm tired of playing this game. I really am. Let me, well, no, I can't do two things at once. Let's see.
No, he's just showing something from yesterday, and it scared me because I thought it had started. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Uh-uh.
I probably lost
You
the
were
train
fine.
now.
I'm trying to hone in on that part. I could have swore. I feel like I didn't. Maybe I'm just making shit
Well,
up.
I
don't
know it seems like to me, and I should have listened to that again last night, but
I couldn't find it.
seems like to me if there was a phone call made from him to Lori, and they talked for like 20 something minutes.
Yeah, but she had the phone both with her. I'm talking about this was when Brandon was shot at, and it was something about Alex's phone being in the vicinity, maybe, of Melanie's house. And I don't know where the hell
But you
I think I'm
understand
holding
that they're all that Melanie's house and his new house are within blocks of each other. Because that's
Yeah.
one of the things I
do.
remember because of the what is it, as the crow flies or whatever. Remember he said, well, they're close as the crow flies, but if you've got to drive there, it's around the block or whatever.
Yeah.
That don't make sense, but
8, 9, so 12, 11, 10. So let me set this for 10:30 here. Damn it. All right. We got us some 10:33. We got some Arizona time right here. He had stayed the night with Melanie. I don't know. So don't quote me. I'm still looking, and I've been looking. I'm like, so did I make this up? I remember being like, woohoo in the chat and everything. Other people were saying it.
it's possible that he
But I
drove
don't-
straight there and shot at him and went back.
No,
But
there was a
He
there
ate.
was he ate in Mesa or whatever in Phoenix. I'll just say
after
that
he shot at him.
October 1st. October 1st.
Oh, the day before. So he was there already.
Yeah. I mean, allegedly. I don't quote me. I'm still trying to sort this stuff out. So
It's a lot of facts to have to keep up with. Yeah.
yeah. So in Arizona right now. Oh damn! Let me fix the damn minutes. It's like 4 minutes behind. Okay. God dang. That I'm doing like a good old school clock. Hold that down. Okay.
Check
Might as well
and
go
see.
to 12:38. I mean 10:38, whatever the hell. All right. So I know I just have to count back 2 hours, but this is just,
And plus,
I don't
time counting is 60 instead of, you know what I'm saying? You
It's-
start over at 60. It's
I don't have
different.
time
We don't have
Yeah.
time for all that.
Kresha, I'm thinking we should get Lori a mental bit for court. It would measure words used, especially okays. What do you mean? I don't know what that is. Is there a mental Fitbit? Don't I? I'm just going to sit here and ask. Oh God. Like a ticker or something that'll count how many times she says stuff. That's like me saying, I say that so much. I hate it. All right. I'm gonna play this though. And then Donna will break in and I'll try and keep my eye on this timer here. And she's giving me a thumbs up in the back on the backstage. So let me play this some more because I want to dig. Actually, let me take this transcript right here and I'm going to copy it. And then I'm going to go back to where we're at right now. That way I can run this through another thing too. while I'm here. Let me get it back.
Did the track phone,
61907 is where we are currently at. I'm backing up though right now. La, 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 la. All right, we're gonna start here. Just in the middle of nowhere. Okay. And I hate it because they're commentating on this one, you know. So I don't. Now I'm gonna pick up transcript words from them, but yeah. Let's back that up. All right. Okay, that's the end. That's recess. Okay. That's it. All right. Let me copy. Sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay.
provide a
good.
print off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494.
That was all right. Let me run this through my chat GPT.
It should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes,
Ricky Wright testified to
And does it
this.
show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
And then Melanie Boudreaux flew in
And does
that
that
day.
also contain a print off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is admitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
Interesting.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes,
When you looked through these call detail records,
Wait,
is
before-
there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
yes,
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
that is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes,
And is that number that is called by this track phone, the 515-402-0143,
Yeah.
the number associated with Chad Daybell?
Sorry.
yes.
They're back. It's time. We
Okay.
need the real one. We need the real one. You want me to do it?
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't have the one pulled up for today.
Okay, let's see.
I'll do it. I just gotta find one.
Oh crap, I can't get it the right place.
Okay.
Come on.
Let's try this. It's okay. They ain't going nowhere. She's just an old
I've got
hag.
East Idaho. I'll share it till we find the other one. You can find the
Oh,
other
I found. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it, boo. Let's see. Let me turn it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me turn all this stuff up. Oh, bon qui there. Okay, got it. I got it. Good quality. All that good jazz. It's muted. It will come on when they unmute it. I have it at
He's not
1080.
present.
Okay.
We want to have the witness back on the witness stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready to proceed?
State is.
Defense? You ready to proceed with your cross?
Sure.
All right, you can go ahead and get ready up at the podium if you like. We'll bring the jury in.
This bitch said, sure. She sure did. Sure. She is not her regular spunky self, though. I mean, that's a good observation, right? Hey, Brandon.
Okay.
Where's my mother? My mom's gone. My mom might be sleeping. My mom might be sleeping in. Girl, it's your hair is too tight on the top of your head, girl. It's like a unicorn. The fake sick is back. Oh man, I feel sorry for these people. Gritty Grit says one of Alex's phones. Yeah, that was. She kept his regular primary phone, and he used his track phone or whatever, his burner phone. But she took Alex's phone and called herself for 24 minutes. But this is something else. I'm gonna run it through ChatGPT and just see if I'm tripping, and I hope I'm not, because I would love nothing more than for Melanie Dan Boudreaux to be count out, if you know what I'm saying. But thank you, Gritty Grit. You are really good with details, that's for sure. I've noticed. Look, Brandon, look dead at her. Is she only standing because it's her turn? More about the window. Yeah. Did you pick up all the the pieces, the shards? Oh my gosh. Her Pam Hicks is like, I'm so ready to be done with this lady. I was watching Scott Reich before I came in here, and he was talking about her Idaho appeal, and it's pretty, his take on it at least is, it's interesting. I mean, we're not scot-free, basically. She, of course, always has the chance of overturning. Lori used Alex's phone for tracking purpose in case they got caught. Jason said, what the hell if he would have had a damn flat tire, taking the spare tire off of there, driving the back roads, with your burner phone? What you gonna do? All right, I'm gonna be quiet now.
If the jury is present, please be seated.
Thank you, Mohawk Mom. I get it.
If you can continue with your cross-examination of this witness, go ahead.
Thank you, Gritty.
Detective Pillar, yesterday we were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the car, and you said it was about 25 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie. Is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie. And then after that, I encouraged him to not answer and to simply contact me if she were to contact him.
And what do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early on in the investigation, since that was the one name that he most recently had a recent relationship falling out with.
So who tried to contact her, and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I can return back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had, and I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie, know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
So who ended up calling her? You called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer?
No.
But you didn't attempt to call her directly?
Not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day?
Yes, as we also had his phone. So
Oh, that's right.
that made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
That
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
So did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie Boudreaux at the time, now Pulowski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
Was that still on October 2nd, or is that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed her,
yes,
and she came in voluntarily
yes,
and talked to you?
yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No.
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
Approximately 1 hour.
Okay.
It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some
Object to
business
hearsay.
deals that
I'm going to
Brandon was involved in?
Again to
The
hearsay.
objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes,
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
can you be more specific about what was offered?
Yeah, sure.
If you're gonna offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider, if you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes,
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th, so a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her, is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas
I'm gonna fix the
Jeep
lip. They're not
early
adding.
on
it,
in our
okay?
investigation, which
I'm gonna
when
redo
running
it.
a license
It'll
plate,
match.
we also received the
Okay.
VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreaux. From Mr. Boudreaux.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs, from their incident in.
It didn't help.
So after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
The images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
The color of it being gray, no,
Okay.
not early in the investigation.
Did you search for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep of Wrangler with the Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out, though? Is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer, or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreaux in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered as well as potential 404B issues.
I think she asked Mr. Boudreaux those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreaux multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed exhibit 192 from the defense. Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
It appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreaux to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes, I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email?
State would object. We're going to go into
We
that.
already discussed this exhibit. It's, I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you request that Brandon provide you with financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
All right.
Hoochie mama. Hoochie mama. Look at her rag belt. Looks like her tailbone is protruding. Let the door swing open like a fucking Texas saloon, says Lamisa. And we're here for it. I do too. I wish Judge Boreski would stop holding her at bay. I mean, just let her rip through like the Kool-Aid man through the door and just, oh yeah, you know. I mean, she wants to be a warrior. Look, I don't know if he's doing Freemason stuff or if he really has a damn headache already. And I mean, we're just starting out the gate. Bust the damn door open, okay? SWAT team that hoe. I'm sorry, okay. That's my ghetto talk. Okay, so I ran this through my chat GPT, the transcript part, and it says according to, the misspellings and everything, it gets the gist of it right. It says, no, there is no direct statement in this transcript, which I did that little portion that points to Alex Cox's GPS or any other data location being in the vicinity of Melanie Boudreaux's rental home in Gilbert, Arizona before the shooting occurred on October 2nd, 2019. So it does say, here's what the transcript does discuss regarding location data in Alex Cox. Alex's phone numbers. Detective Pillar testifies that phone numbers associated with Alex, and I'm not going to say all the phone numbers, were obtained through search warrants. His physical phone and the track phone. Okay, so communication between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow. The transcript notes a 24-minute phone call between Alex Cox's primary phone and Lori Vallow's phone on October 2nd at 8:02 a.m., which is 9:02 a.m. Idaho time at that time. Approximately 35 minutes after Brandon left his Gilbert residence. Okay, so basically Lori uses Alex's phone to call herself is what I believe. I think that's what they're implying, right? So it says this call, however, is stated to have occurred while Lori was in Rexburg, Idaho, because remember, she's visiting the storage shed with her whatever, her dude. Track phone location, and it says the 304 number track phone was purchased in Idaho Falls, Idaho on September 25, 2019, and activated on September 26, 2019. Its usage stops after October 2nd. It's okay. I'm gonna show it. Ooh.
Detective Pillar, did you request that financial information regarding Melanie from Brandon?
Yes.
And did he provide you with that information?
Yes.
And did he provide you with financial documents you requested in another email?
I know we've discussed financial documents, and everything I was sent, I believe, was via email, but I don't know what specific one you may be referring to, but I think it's safe to say, yes, that there were emails exchanged about Melanie Boudreaux, Pulowski's financial records being sent to me.
Right. So her financial gain if something were to happen to Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Sustained.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019 that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd have to see it, which I'm,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and relevance.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just want to know what
Hold
he
on.
knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay. Yes.
thank you. Is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you?
that you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or footers on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this was a attachment to the email, from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before? The information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply
Sure.
reviewing what I can
Sure.
to see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging. I must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images. But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document
Okay.
being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreaux on this date to send you these documents, that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period. Are we talking about February? Is there a
Yeah,
date
can
on
you
there?
clarify the time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th.
email? February
Yes.
12th. All right, so rephrase the question with that in it.
So my question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to
All
sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
Let me ride that donkey, donkey. Let me ride that donkey, donkey. You're welcome. And I'm shoving my face full of rice right now. So sorry. Look at Judge. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, yeah. Good point, Kelly. She said, oh boy. Oh shit, it already went away. Oh boy, February 2020. He wanted to say when she was arrested. Lori. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full. Lori, recuse yourself. Okay? I'm sorry, they're pot fries, so I'm happy. I hate when there's cold. Yeah, I'm ready for Ray too. We still have the Agent Hart. I'm gonna track that down. I tried doing that yesterday, but I couldn't find it. But I was looking for so many things at one time. Shell bell. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. but just knock on this door and just bust through it, right? Mhm. Plays the zombie Caribbean music. What movie? What movie? Let's see. Donna says that Nate says, I see one juror reviewing his notepad. Others are turning side to side in their chair. Others are looking straight ahead. Others are writing. Well, he is very observant. Okay. Oh, Weekend at Bernie's, right? I know when he's hitting the buoys, he's like, bong. Like a damn stiff fish or something. It was a good movie. Oh, you wish you had a big giant bag of Cheetos and because it was on sale at Costco. We don't have a Costco here, so oh. There is a door that way. Or something. We're about to find out again. Oh. One of them doors. I was wondering if that's what Lori was pointing at that day. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sitting here. I'll wait till they finish talking. Hopefully. We don't know. We don't know. It looks like she's trying to chew her ear. Oh, the accent? Yeah, that too. When she was, quote unquote, hollering at Judge Bresky, you don't have to do that. But then yesterday when she was doing cross with Detective Pillar, she was very, what do you call that? Assertive. It was more forceful. It was more stern. I find it interesting too. I meant Badger, yes. Bust it wide open. Bust it wide open. Yeah. You have no idea, Shanty Belle. I'm really trying not to be too much of a jackass because, people snark. I don't know. They don't appreciate it. All right. Game off or game on. Just me says snotty. Snotty girl. Yeah, there was a cigarette butt. You look at him. He is mean mugging her. Thank you, Lisa Discovers. How many freaking warnings does Judge have to give before allowing the door to open without worrying about appeal issues? Seriously, I really don't know. I don't know. I don't think there's like a quantifiable number, but man, let her go. She is free agency. Contentious. That's a good word. Okay. Thank you again, Lisa. $144,000 is what Fancy Nancy said. That's many times. All right.
Tesla for a second. What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car and was sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself was discarded.
Was what?
Thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreaux, to dispose of.
Okay. And it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No.
Why not?
We collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there in the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all, like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole through the window outside of the images that have been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been, so kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the Property and Evidence Building, where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No,
The bullet hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreaux, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator. We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So, no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
but not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun that was used? How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had the ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact, those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot. Because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing, we had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreaux's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreaux saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreaux told to you, though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreaux did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5?
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked prior to Mr. Boudreaux arriving and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with once again, no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors. Is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right?
Hmm?
Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those two?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise that was not a normal noise that.
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly, I mean more than one person heard.
So 2 is multiple in your book, is that correct?
In this case, we have more than 2 that have testified, but there are others that made.
More than 2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name, I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreaux, who heard that. And then we had, those are the 2 that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people, is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying
Sustained.
and asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So, in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler, would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019? Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that 2-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this is your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray-colored 2-door Jeep.
Thank you. Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait.
She did the pointy finger thingy again. Yes, I am.
Thank you. There's something else in this affidavit that I'd like you to look at. I'll just take on what you want. Okay.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It's the bitches be gone. We need some bitches be gone spray.
It is this last paragraph, correct? Ms. Daybell?
Yes.
Okay, let
Yes.
me just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined
The first
part of-
underline, okay.
of that paragraph. Have you reviewed that, Detective?
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show? you-
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the exhibit?
Get her ass. Oh, I heard my mom. Okay. Sorry, I don't usually like to talk on these things while they're live, but really, for real, if Janice would have just swallowed twice, okay, 2 times, we wouldn't be here today. It's all about choices. Here we are. She didn't swallow multiple times. Okay. Anyways, yeah, the color of the Jeep is irrelevant at this point. It's always been irrelevant. You know, actually, in the report, I read that I'm serious, straight up, it said white Tesla. I was like, wow, that's polar opposite, you know? White, not black. So yeah, her hair. This is what I picture. You know those trolley things that they'll run across let's say the top of a room, you know? It's a trolley system. And so I picture it like being attached to the top of her head and just dragging her, like picking her up and just I know that sounds so sadistic, but like, you know, the little chains and everything and just and she'll be flying like Mary Poppins, you know. Except she'll be Mormon Mary Poppins. All right. That was so mean and not nice. No, she is a Clydesdale, so you are on point. I thought I was being petty earlier, but no, she is a heavy walker. I know, Mohawk Mom. Lori's a bitch. She's a bitch, and she ain't got nowhere to go. Just, oh God, Scooter. Yes. Scooter said, remember those troll dolls? It caught my funny bone, man. That was good. Yeah, the LARPing Lori outfit, right? Like Peter Pan on a trolley. Just, you know, going across stage or something. But by her hair, like the part that should not exist ever. Especially to a woman who considers and actually stated that her life is over because she's over 50. I thought it was more because she was in prison. You know. So she has to embrace it. So, yeah. Donna just posted from Justin. Trina K also makes sure the jury knows that FBI is better to test cell phones than Pillar is, although he had some knowledge and experience with records. That was hard to read. Well, November 18th, and then yeah, but oh my gosh, that's crazy. DJ Norman said it's Skull and Bones Day. DJ, please do another. Let's like do an interview. Okay, I just need to. I know more now, and so I won't look so puzzled when you talk. And I think it's important. I do. Your voice is needed. Oh, okay. He's like, okay. Dang, I had to twist your arm. Oh my gosh. I'll set that up. Actually, I have your number still. I'll hit you on the hip. And maybe we can do that soon. I hope you're doing okay, by the way, too. I've been happy to see you here in the chat. Yeah, Janice had one job. Swallow. Swallow. I know that's so harsh, right? It's harsh, but I don't care. I think about Tylee and JJ. I think about Charles, Tammy. I think about Brandon. I think about all her victims, known and unknown, right? Yeah, I do too, Holly. He deserves a vacation. Okay. He does. I mean, yeah. Oh, yep, there's Colby with his bun. I just saw a bun. I think. Oh, I'm not going to judge. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Jeez. I wish there was a sinkhole. Right there. Not here. I wish there was a sinkhole there. Well, where Lori is standing. Yes, Corey. It reminds me of hypercolor skirts back in the day.
Just that page that what we were talking about in the sidebar.
Oh, it's because she got them big shoes on. Look, she got them. Okay, gotta go. Well, what is that? Long bangs too? Who puts their hair in a high pony and then puts long bangs? It's weird. Yeah, Ray Hermosillo, come on. All right. Hey, Miss Cookie. It matches her though, Janelle. Okay, that's her team. Remember? And she's like, "There's no I in team, but there's an M and an E, which is me, right?" She is unconscionable. Custom candy, apple pearl. Yes, it's iridescent-ish. I think it's cool, but
Detective, in preparing to investigate this crime, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first name basis, is that correct?
Yes. Again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
and sometimes we call Pilar.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded.
And the Tesla was given back.
To Mr. Boudreaux, yes.
Did he come pick it up or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the property and evidence building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
property evidence building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay.
Your portal.
Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our
my God.
property evidence building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it?
We would
At the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No,
Okay. And why was it collected?
because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information thought it should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreaux was a smoker, right?
No,
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
They're Mormons.
no.
She's shaming. She is shaming right now. Who are you on? That was interesting. Oh my God. Go read at your own damn desk, okay? Go read in your cell. Nobody likes you. Okay? Yeah, I know you feel it.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreaux if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
Irrelevant.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew
Chad,
this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes. So I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
just murder. Lorraine.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes,
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
the garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
Approximately 10:30. The call
After the
kicks in, or the
conspiracy.
call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think that you left, when you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla to the property building, yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then, again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
She murders when she was a Mormon, so there's that. I don't judge. She is dumb. She's so dumb. I gotta pull a clip.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said, around October 14th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to an attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes?
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was seeking help, but you really didn't have any for her, is that correct?
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Yes.
Hallelujah. If she wouldn't wear bangs with her updo, she wouldn't have to keep slinging them to the side, you know.
Before we start,
So you've noticed too, her face is puffed up. Yeah, me too. I've noticed that. Oh my gosh, I need to do some Mad Lib videos, you know, where you say what she's saying and where you say what she's saying, and look at him. I mean, he looks like the damn statue. That famous one, you know. Almost. Poor Judge Boreski. You need some Excedrin. I have a headache this big. Cousin it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, pointing her finger. Everybody point your wait, hold on. How's it go? I have two. How's it go? I mess it up. Something about I have two middle fingers for you, or something like that. I'm pretty sure I messed it up. The judge is warning her, you think, Natalie? I think so too, Corey. She's off the rails. Speaking of train wrecks. Yes, he does. He does have a headache. I did text my mom, and I did. I said the same thing I said in the chat. I said, if Janice would have only swallowed, this world would be a much better place. And I mean it. She got pregnant. Oh, Lord, can you imagine? Pregnant with emotion. Pregnant with all kinds of things. Can you imagine? Satan's spawn. I hope she did, Natalie. I'm about to just say, hey, show it to Brandon. You know? Show it to Brandon. Just swallowed. Best thing about her, ran down her mama's leg, if you know what I mean. All right. I know. I worked with a lot of guys a lot of my life. Okay, so they were always guarded with me at first until they found out how potty mouth I could be. Team Nancy Joe. That's Team Aunt Nancy Joe. Because F this B right here. All right. Get her, girl.
right, Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreaux to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark colored or gray colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from?
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreaux stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreaux get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on, they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreaux saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running,
yes,
same direction as Brandon gave,
yes,
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes,
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes,
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
no, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
You were asked a lot about the interview of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both. I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes.
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abotamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreaux's home on that video?
Yes.
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
Yes.
When was that?
It was at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes.
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
Yes.
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
Yes.
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
Yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No.
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was shot that day?
No.
Could a handgun kill someone?
Yes.
Could a rifle kill someone?
Yes.
You were asked yesterday about LPR license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No.
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
Yes.
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
Yes.
You were asked a bit about a cast report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes.
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent, again, with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you had with interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And would it be fair to say, Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you were investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
Yes.
Fremont County LPR readers,
Yes.
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
Yes.
from search warrants that they were executing,
Yes.
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
Correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes. It was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes.
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
Yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. I see at least one.
I bet it says, why do we have to listen to this moron? Okay, can we be recused? How many of you believe that Ray Hermosillo is not going to take no damn shit from her? Okay. He had to dig her damn kids up out of the ground. And I hope, I know he's going to do good. They went to every hearing in Idaho. the police that, worked the investigation. I hope he serves it up. I do. And it's like another one of her victims, if you think about it. I thought about that yesterday. I was like, wow, they demonized him. They told him, they said he was dark. He was one of the Cain's dark, like the darkest of all, right? I wish Gadianton would have came in, y'all. Yeah. I hope he does. And yeah, we are here for it. We are here for an agent all day, every day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Zero effects, Beach Lady. Yeah. Oh, that wasn't Beach Lady. I'm sorry. I went too fast. No, wait. Cajun Princess says Ray gives 0 F's about Lori. And so it made me think of zero. It has 0 effects on me. And I'm like, ooh, play that for Judge Bresky. But I mean, she's saying all this stuff before he sentences her ass. I mean, I wouldn't be pissing him off too much. But not that it matters. I mean, we know her definition of multiple. She said more than 2. Yeah, I mean, kind of. And I don't think she was here yesterday. She must have been portaling and astral projecting out of her body while the witness with the boom, evidence of the gunshot.
Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify. Did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreaux at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, on those 3 questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately, you said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
How petty is she that she coughs every effing time? Unless it's her time, okay? What is going on with her? She is a bitch. Straight up. Sorry. I'm a little loud with that. But I mean, y'all notice that? Yeah, Trina only. And it's like, it's loud. Hmm.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right,
Just
have a
think.
seat up here to my left.
My mom said amen whenever she swore in. I'm just saying. That reminded me of that.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a Forensic Scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After college, or after I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
Okay. So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Okay. Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample.
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor? What is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex-determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex-determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
So when you are provided with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
And so was the process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinosa?
After I completed analysis of my samples, I compared the results from my samples to any known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes.
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if it has writing on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
From the steering wheel?
Yes.
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
It was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from my report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting from the passenger seat belt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile for that?
No, this was also an inconclusive DNA result.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you provided with swabs from the lug nuts from the spare tire of that Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this DNA profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
So again, there's DNA there, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, this is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female origin.
Did you have a major contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
Were you able to make any determinations as to sex of any of those contributors?
Yes, I made a determination that Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location, the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
Now, so for the gear shift, you can't eliminate him because there's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion?
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive and the major is conclusive.
So the major was the DNA profile that you compared then to Alex Cox?
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes. The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 123 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, and 1 in 2.78 octillion Southwestern Hispanics.
Septillion. I think that's a different number. What is that?
Septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
So a higher frequency even than the other match.
Yes.
So in this case, 2 of the swabs that you tested, both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle, had major contributors where the DNA profile from those 2 items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing these swabs to the known sample of Alexander Cox?
It did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, let's recess for lunch. Can we resume at 1:15, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. We'll resume at 1:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. After a sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714. The purpose for that is just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular witness. So just for the record, that will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? There's a draft of final instructions there. Please take a look at those when you get a chance. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Thank you.
Oh, they have music too. Damn it. Let's see.
I did the muting thing on it.
Yeah, it never works for me. Like, to
You can still hear it
Actually-
yourself, but it mutes it from the chats here.
I'll just put it down there.
There, that's a good.
I just
idea.
started freaking cleaning. I did. I was like, well, I need to move those binders right there. Anyways,
Wow.
yeah, I don't know. I looked up. Let me turn my air off.
You know, it seems like if she was gonna ask some questions, she would have asked this lady some questions. Like,
She don't ask the scientist, right?
I mean, it just seems like it looks like I would have questions for this lady.
right. Why do they? Okay, so I know this is,
I would say this is what I would say. It was like he drove our Jeep all the time. It was no big deal, for him to be driving the Jeep. Of course, his DNA is in there.
I don't know. What I don't think it was normal.
Well, you know what I'm saying. She could say that, even though it's not normal. She could say that. Which,
Wow.
excuse me.
You sound like Lori. Purposely coughing. How childish is that? And rude and just immature. She coughs purposely loud. That's got to be her. So Natalie says, could wrap up today, y'all. Nate said earlier the prosecutor may not call all the witnesses. Damn it. I want all the witnesses. We need we need the storage unit.
Yes, we do need storage unit.
Yeah.
Does she think that jurors are convinced by what she said so far? Because
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if it was me, I would be saying, well, of course his DNA is in that car. It's my brother's car and he drives it sometimes. There's water.
And I'd want to demonize
that
it. And then,
well, you know what I'm saying.
and
That's
there it
something you
is.
could find fault with. A lot of stuff she argues about, you couldn't argue about, but that seems reasonable to me that he had drove
Yeah.
that Jeep other times.
I know.
Oh,
So
my
I pulled some
gosh.
things up while we were listening to all that junk. And what I did was actually, first off, let me do this first. Oh, I know what I did. I actually went to go look up the Jeep colors and stuff like that. And then I diverted to this. So I apologize, but it's interesting. At least to me it is. Well, where'd it go? Share damn. I might have to. I don't know why this does that now. Like you'll have to stop sharing just to share again. It's weird, and I don't like it. StreamYard. So I looked up. I looked up the paint crap about the Jeep, but then I found this, and it said type of Jeep Easter eggs, and I was like, oh my god! I'm sitting here thinking about I've got eggs. You got eggs. You bring me eggs. Like I start wondering, are they talking about the Jeep? Anyways, so I haven't even got to read this yet, but Jeep Easter eggs have been, I'm still out of breath, a quintessential part of the Jeep brand experience since the late 90s and are a testament to the fun-loving, adventure-seeking brand. Most are hidden in plain sight. Well, Well, right? It's a damn occult.
Well,
And require huh?
Can I tell you something? Well, I was going to say, whenever I was first becoming a graphic artist, some of the programs that people would say there's an Easter egg in it. And what it would be, in this case, I don't know about the Jeeps, would be when you would hit a certain, like if you did shift and control and maybe some other key, a little monster robot would walk across the screen when in a program like Word that's not supposed to be graphics. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's a surprise feature is what it is. And of course it could be occult too. I don't know about that, but it's a surprise.
Well, no,
A surprise.
the hidden,
Yeah.
the
see,
fact
like
that they
that
said
little thing.
it's in plain sight, that's exactly what the occult is, hidden in plain sight. That's the only reason I
Well,
mentioned that. But I was just,
yeah.
I didn't know that this happened here. But anyway, so yeah, so I shared that. But let me hold on just a second because I want to go back to, I'll just Google it again. Hold on. I think her Jeep was a 2016, I think I'm right. But, oh, hell, hold on. Okay, there it goes. Jeep Wrangler. I'm gonna have to turn my air back on. It's hot. It's like, I'm sweating buckshots. Jeep Wrangler, gray color. Why? All right, let me just, I don't know, just taking you on an adventure, right? I guess. So, I mean, paint jobs, period, they can have a different, like if it's a candy apple or there's different colors, like different specs. There's the glitter, or I'm just saying glitter because I don't have the actual terminology in front of me. If my dad was here, he could tell us because my dad likes to, he has refurbished or, what do you call that? Yeah, I guess, old Mustangs and stuff like that throughout my life, and like a old Mercury Cougar. And my dad likes the Fords and apparently the Mercuries. But anyway, but I mean, he would go, he's not a painter, he's actually a roofer, but his friend has a paint and body shop and he would go and get in a booth and, paint. And so there's different things. Let's see. I'm trying to look for something. Let's see what catches my eye. Rhino, is it gray? Reminiscing over colors. Color.
My neighbor works on antique cars, and he's got a Ford, a Ford T model Ford, and he's got like a 50s model Ford sedan thing out there. And undoubtedly Fords are his thing too, because I've noticed his personal antiques are Fords. I just thought I'd throw that at.
Oh wow! Yeah, no, I classic cars. That's what I meant to say earlier. Okay, I think it's neat. I really do. And my stepdad that raised me, not Larry, I know, but my stepdad that raised me, Todd's dad, he had like a 56 Chevy, and it was 3 on the tree. It was a column shifter or whatever. I wasn't old enough to drive, but he had like Roger Rabbit painted on it. Anyways, I was like a young teenager around that time. It was after him and my mom got divorced. So a little different. Okay. Oh my gosh, I think it is thundering. Yep. Okay. So go ahead. Will you talk so I can think to write a question? I can't do it at the same time.
Let me unmute my mouth. I can talk. I know I was looking for those colors because teal is one of my favorite colors. And two, just like that detective said, different people describe colors in different ways. Like him saying puke green, I can totally, see that would be an olive green or something like that. And then I use fruit and vegetables.
The sun shines on it. There's different I mean, the moonlight, it's all kinds of things.
Yeah, yeah.
People,
Like
some people are colorblind. Some people are more,
Right.
I guess you could say, I don't know if this matters, but some people are more visual.
And
Some people pay
plus,
attention to it, some people don't.
this
And
truck
it was
is
trauma.
meant. This truck is meant to look different from different directions.
Yeah. I
And
think that's
so
the point. And see, look at us here in 2025 right now, having everybody's asking this question, and it's kind of one of those you can't really answer. You know, it's kind of a rhetorical question. It's up to everybody to decide on their own.
The
But
kids.
you have to think Brandon was, I mean, that was a traumatic event for him. And I think what he first, I just had it earlier, but I don't remember right now, but he said like olive green when he called 911. And so usually your first reaction, you know, just like when you're taking tests and stuff and you kind of doubt yourself, I guess, maybe on what your answer will be, A, B, C, D, you know, you kind of go with your first initial instinct usually, or put C like I used to do. But, I mean, his initial response was it's olive. So, you know, I don't know, but I mean, that's traumatized.
Looking at it in the
you're-
garage, if you asked me and I saw what I see in that garage, I would say that it's gray and it has teal trim on it. Because that green looks like it's a blue green to me, which I don't know why
Yeah.
anybody would mix those two colors together, but they did. So there it is.
To make you ask questions. That's what my dad used to say. Make you ask questions.
I guess so.
Uh,
But I bet
let's
it's
see.
custom. I bet that's custom. Because I've hunted for it and I can't find one exactly like it. You can find two tones, but those two colors together.
Let's see. Does it always look gray? I've seen the pic. I mean, okay, yeah. I've seen
I
the
think
pic.
that anvil is
Oh,
the yeah.
I'm just
that-
clicking things on accident. Things popped up on me and I just thought I've messed up. Sorry about that. But yeah, I've seen the pics which has blue, but when I test drove it, it looks solid dark gray both times. So I mean, it's just it's under. It's just different for different people. It depends on where you're at, I guess. And the pigments and stuff that goes into the paint job.
Exactly.
It's definitely gray with a varying hint of blue depending on the light. The two pictures are, at the same time kind of show how the sun impacts that. And it does.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, some people will say, I don't see a difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, teach their own. It says, in my opinion, your 90-10 analogy above is directly connected to sunlight with anvil. In the sun, anvil looks 90% blue, gray, and then 10% dark. And in the shade, it's the inverse. So, I mean, they have whole forums about this crap. Yeah. So I also, let me take it off that screen.
Gigi, I was listening to her do her review this morning real early. I listened to her from yesterday. And she said the day that he went to get the was the day that JJ, or like the day after JJ was killed.
Yeah, there's actually the day that JJ was buried on Chad Daybell's property, that would be Monday, September 23rd. Okay. But, you know, Alex he was only on Chad's property for 17 minutes. And they say the investigator said that the way the grave looked like it was prepared, you know, because there were roots right there.
Yeah.
And, you know, and Chad was a damn grave digger. So, you know, but Alex also went on to somewhere to buy ammo, and he took pictures of it. I remember that.
Yeah, that's right.
I've been
Because
KJ
went to the ammo stores to see if she could figure out which ammo store Alex bought that stuff at. I remember she did that. We've been through a whole lot of stuff, people.
Yeah, buddy. So I have this pulled up too. I'm gonna let y'all watch this while I go and grab this other thing. Okay.
Okay.
As soon as I get it back up here. Oh, I gotta stop it. Oh no, I don't. So I mean, this is just a screen recording I did. It's of the. I'm just a simple reminder, a friendly reminder. I'll play.
Hi.
What the?
Nate Eaton, and we are getting a closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very...
Oh god dang! Whatever. In whateverville. Look, they holding hands. James and Elena sitting by the tree. Oh, what is it? Sitting by the... Oh, whatever. Sitting in a tree. Kissing. What the hell? Damn it! What the? I'm in a portal of hell. Okay, get it together. What?
I don't know.
I'm
I'm
Nate
in-
Eaton, and we are getting a
Lori's
closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums.
Oh Jesus! Cheese and rice. Cheese and damn rice. I'm sick of this shit. I'm about to quit. I'm done. Check my weather. It's partly sunny, it says. I mean, I hear the thunder, but what can I do? I don't like bad weather.
I got
will run.
sunshine and my internet seems to be, I don't know.
I mean, sometimes this app does this, but I mean, come on, I just need to go do something.
First to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums, and blankets with pictures of her children, JJ and Tylee. Lori and sometimes...
Okay, I'm done. I'm over. That's just it. We're done. We're out. I'm just gonna close the damn thing down there. Okay. I'm a bull in a china shop, Jason tells me. Anyways, I'm just trying to ground myself.
I just don't understand how come he's not been charged. I know it don't make any difference. He's not gonna stay in jail no longer. He probably won't get he'll probably slow down him getting shot by the firing squad to drag him over.
I don't know. There is this story, Donna, that I watched the other day. It's this guy, he's in prison in Arizona. I forget which facility. I want to say it's Arizona True Crime Family, the same people that interviewed Lori that had the story, but he's like killing pedos and stuff. And he's just like, oh well, shouldn't have put them in here with me. I mean, like three of them so far. I'm just like, dang. So I don't know what lots of LA in chat means. Language?
Well,
LA?
that's what my friends have told me.
Louisiana, maybe?
They said that Lori won't live very long once she gets, because eventually somebody will kill her for being mean to children. Sorry, I just shouldn't. That bad word I said.
I can't. I'm turning my camera back off because it's too damn hot. I'm hot. And I mean, I took a shower. I hate doing my hair, y'all. Well, and I mean, so Summer, she seems to be pretty pissed off about it or very opinionated. She's like, why isn't Chad being, and I'm just like, why aren't you being freaking George? Like, really? Just saying. I feel so hot, Lamisa.
Every one of those people.
That's a good point right here. Golden Rule says accidents happen.
They should have been disciplined by the church. She should have been disciplined for having a boyfriend named Edgar, and this other one should have been disciplined, and they've been thrown out. How come
have they? Have they? And I mean, I think the only reason Chad Daybell was excommunicated was the same reason that Tim Ballard was publicly excommunicated.
It reflected badly on them.
Yeah, so they're like, boom, what's the quickest way to make a statement? So it gets leaked, just like when Julie Rowe got into her claim to fame or whatever 2015, And they just basically, the church put out a thing saying for what those teachers are called, seminary teachers, not to use Julie Rose books for teaching aids. And I'm like, I can't believe you even got to say that. Like, what?
Well, I
But then
think that
again,
other
you know,
man, they need to talk to Tom Harrison needs to, he's a fraud
Yeah.
because he's just a
Yep.
fraud. He's not a
Allegedly. You got to say
prophet.
allegedly.
He's just, well, I'm just saying,
In
he
your
knows
opinion,
why
just
he
say in
had
your-
those. In my opinion, he knows exactly why he had near-death experiences. He was fully aware of his illnesses, and he tried to make it seem like it was some big mystery. Wasn't a mystery at all. You know the whole story. And he never, I mean, the only way that Kit learned that is because she investigated him and found him speaking at a conference about that particular illness. And that's the only way she figured it out.
Yeah, because she's familiar with it, and
Yes.
I've watched the same thing, but I don't know about that illness. I haven't had that experience, thank God. But I'm grateful for her digging.
It was something related to mononucleosis and what do you call it? That where you're tired, real tired. What is that called? The chronic fatigue. Chronic fatigue and mononucleosis and those kinds of things. I don't know what all they affect, but they make you real sick, and it comes back over and over like malaria or something.
Beach Bum says, I don't want no scrub pulling up passengers trying to holler at me. Anyways, and Mohawk Mom, exactly. I will not sit here and be just talking heads out here saying, oh yeah, she's been excommunicated. No, I don't know. I was not there, never saw it. And it don't matter to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's all those things that have to tick all those boxes. Because it was too late for Chad. Chad was actually he wasn't even he was disfellowshipped, and it was on the second day of his preliminary hearing after Tylee and JJ were dug up from his damn backyard. So he can suck it, and so can his elders. I don't really care. Like that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's a little too late. Just like, and this bothers me about and I don't know if Adam's just not aware. And I mean, not that he'll listen to me, but he has been saying over and over since he came in onto my, periphery or whatever, that Lori and Chad were listening to these podcasters who were all excommunicated members. And this is not true at all. Okay. Mike and Nancy James, Lori, for all we know, is still a member. Janice, Summer, Barry, they're temple dam workers. Tom Harrison, still temple worker, ordinance worker or whatever. All the people, they're all still, except for Tim Ballard and Julie Rowe and Mike Stroud, allegedly. And they can get recommunicated I say recommunicated. I don't know what it's rebaptized or whatever. I mean, look at damn Gordon Bowen and look at Alex Cox. I mean, they just let them back in. They don't fix anything. And I mean, again, I don't look like the church is not like Chad and Lori are their own people. They have their own autonomy. They're their own, they control themselves, they're responsible for what they do. Just like I am, just like you are, like all of us are, but they want to blame it on everybody else. And it's always like when Lori said, Satan's been after me since I was a little girl. And I'm just like, no, that's just that's what these people are teaching. That's what they do. Yeah. It's this SRA is crazy. It's whack. And it's very different. You have to kind of look at it and look at it again and just continue to keep looking at it because you're like, what? Oh yeah, it's about to start. Here's some big old drops.
Oh.
But yeah, it says right here on this Wikipedia page, look, I happen to have this pulled up. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, Mohawk Mom. Let me grab this though. Right here on the Wikipedia page, it says, at the time of the murders, Chad and Lori were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, their beliefs had deviated significantly from mainstream Mormonism. Chad was an apocalyptic author and publisher who claimed to have visions of the future and to have lived through multiple past lives, and prophesied the world would end in July 2020. Lori had come to share his fringe beliefs. I don't think that's true. She became convinced that she was a deity, destined to play a role in the coming apocalypse, and that her family was getting in the way of her mission. Where is it? Hold on, let me look up here. Maybe it said it up here. Because it's like being reiterated. Basically, it said, and I mean, I looked at this like 2 weeks ago. It said that they were excommunicated members of the church that they were doing these podcasts with. David Warwick, he's still there. Melanie Gibbs still there. You know, they're just Rod Meldrum. They're all playing. So unless I see it, like I wasn't there, so I don't believe it.
And even
I used
that
to not
one
even-
that they said was, remember, who was it? Let me think about this a minute. It seems like Heather Daybell said that one of the people they followed was excommunicated. But then you found like a video where he was like, he wasn't really excommunicated. They just made it
It's
look like he
disfellowship.
was. Oh,
Yeah.
is that what it was? I remember. Which one was that guy?
Disfellowshipped, and it was on Court TV. It was leaked either by Emma or maybe John Pryor. Yeah. I'm looking for it.
Golly,
I mean, I'm looking for where it said that.
a lot of stuff has happened.
Oh, yeah. And what, I mean, I'm telling you, I think this is more of a far stretch. It's hard. Like, I find it harder to believe that Lori thinks she's a effing deity. Okay. I think a lot of these people who are in this type of society are labeled with these same kind of beliefs, but really what I'm trying to prove, which it's very hard to like put it into words even, you know, it's like I can figure, I have it figured out in my mind, but I don't know how to put that into a, anything that would make sense to anybody else, you know?
Well,
so it's very frustrating. It's like these roles that they play. I'm telling you, it's like, I was
it's just
reading,
like her saying to everybody, "Oh, you're so beautiful. I love you so much. You're looking younger all the time. You're radiant. You know what I'm saying?"
Witchcraft, Donna.
Damn it.
What it is, you know? Like, I see more proof of that than I do of her thinking she's saw Jesus. Okay. I don't think she believes it. I really don't. I don't know. I just can't.
I think that somebody told her she was going to see Jesus and she didn't, but she don't want nobody else to know she did.
So then why do they have a second anointing? And then why in the second anointing, like literature, when you read it, once you have a second anointing, you see Jesus in the temple? Why is that literature in there? And then why, once you do a second anointing, a secret second anointing, why do you now enter into the Church of the Firstborn? Why is that literature there? If it's okay,
I think
here we go. Here it is.
That what's his name said, you know, on Mormon Stories podcast, is he wanted to see Jesus and he knew he hadn't seen Jesus, but when they said about the questions, nobody could ask any questions. Most people just assume, well, crap, everybody must be better than me. They're seeing Jesus. I'm not.
Hearing feeling the Holy Spirit, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know,
that's different. This is like code talk. It's like, okay, I have a club and then there's a secret handshake for you to get into it. Okay. So say the secret to get into that is for you to say you saw Jesus. Okay. So that's your password to get into my club. And so then it's like they recruit by saying these outlandish things. And then when people question them, that's why they're so outlandish. And people just mark them as crazy and they discount them. Okay. Or they label them with a freaking, I do think she's mentally sick. However, I don't think you can have this many type of behaviors and anyways. No, she didn't see Jesus. Nobody did. Okay. No,
I
they're
think
not
she
ushering in,
willingly.
but there is evidence of them trying to control the world, so to speak. There is that. And there's a lot of past people who have to do with Hugh Nibley, the John Birch Society, those types, Barry, basically. It's the same kind of people. Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard. That's where all the Heritage Foundation. Tom Harrison. They're in the club. 50 Cent Club. Anyways, this says right here, around 2015, Lori became interested in Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. Over the next few years, she became increasingly invested in radical religious beliefs, reading books about near-death experiences and listening to podcasts by excommunicated Mormons. And that is not true. Okay. They were trying to recruit Mike Stroud. And I find that interesting. So that's right here. Wikipedia. A lot of people go to Wikipedia thinking they can trust it. And it depends somewhat. Yeah. Let's see what comes up right there.
I think that anybody, I don't know that anybody, but I think it can be
Yeah.
added in Wikipedia. And I'm sure the
Yeah.
Church of Jesus Christ has a whole people on staff editing the crap the hell out.
Well, yeah, and they have a Mormon encyclopedia. I mean, a Mormon Wikipedia too. The phrase "Church of the Firstborn" is used in the Doctrine and Covenants to refer to the people sealed up in the end times. It has since been used as the name of various Mormon groups. I wonder why. Is it because they go through a second anointing too, and then they go rogue because you tell them they're fucking exalted? And so, or maybe to become exalted, because I'm telling you, there's text between Chad, Melanie Boudreaux, and Lori. And it sounds to me like Lori and Chad, and or just Chad, proposition Melanie Boudreaux. I don't know. I can't prove this. This is just my kind of what went through my head. It sounds like they're like, hey, you can also become part of the Church of the Firstborn. You can also make it into the New World Order. You can also be in this elite club if you have to sacrifice, though. And there's and I mean, we know the kids were becoming dark. Her and Brandon's kids. We know that Tylee and JJ were murdered at that point. And we know that no kids were allowed. And, too many kids is the password. And so
she probably wanted her two kids to throw them into whatever they were doing for the next
in order to buy into the club,
the meeting of the sacrifices, and then she would have got to go to wherever they were going, and two, she was thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. She was thinking that. Lori and Chad had went off someplace because they were in Hawaii and they were so sad because they weren't getting their daily blessings. How ridiculous. Yeah. I'm just
looked
saying.
At her like a mom. And so she followed her like a damn duck. But then trying to play it off. And I really do. Because there's a text between, I wish I could go find that. I need to find it.
I don't know.
I hate how scattered
but she needs to see one. No, she'd probably get Jody. She'd get Jody Hildebrand if she went to get a therapist.
Or David Hamblin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what would happen.
Yikes. Or Tom Harrison. I mean, what the hell? Oh, I keep meaning to tell Megan that Ken Krogh is not a therapist. I've heard her say it multiple times, and I'm like, no, he's a philanthropist.
But I don't know if she's a therapist, but she needs to see one.
Right. Or David Hamblin. Yeah. Yikes. Or Tom Harrison. I mean, what the hell? Oh, I keep meaning to tell Megan that Ken Krogh is not a therapist. She's I heard her say it multiple times, and I'm like, no, he's a philanthropist.
He's like, he makes money.
Yep. Oh, I got tomato. I'm hot.
They are good at
This is
that.
why this is why. Sorry for the noise.
I saw that the Mormonish or something like that the LDS are in trouble again for cheating up, doing fraud up against the IRS. So
I saw that thumbnail too, and I just haven't had time to go watch it, but I will.
it's hard to keep
I'm
up
like,
with all the corruption.
They're like, wait, we got to make more shell companies. Damn it. They found us out again, and we're going to have to pay $2 million. But as long as our members don't know, because then they'll tell us how to spend our money. And, we're saving it for Jesus Christ when he comes back. It's so
Right.
stupid.
And some of the
It
people
is the
that
most
are
ridiculous
LDS
thing.
are in very poor countries and can't afford proper things for themselves, but they're still trying to give that, tithing.
Poor. There's people struggling here, and they're just like, it's they won't even help them.
Well,
They
I was
won't
just
even
talking about
hand
even
out
their,
full. I mean,
I'm talking
Go
about
ahead.
some places don't have as nice a building like a church building and stuff. They're like meeting in a hut whenever the others have
yeah,
whole
they got whole damn
buildings.
temples. Open up your damn temples or your meeting houses. You do anyways. I mean, Chad Daybell had the damn keys. I'm just saying.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. They crazy. I'm looking for something.
Would like to think that they had a whole slowdown of people going to meeting after this happened.
And if you don't pay your tithing, then you don't get into heaven. It's sickening. It's disgusting.
And you have to go to the temple. And if years ago, if you happen to not live in the United States or some country that had a temple, I guess you were just stuck in the lower heaven because you couldn't afford to go to the temples in another country.
You got to
I mean,
think too that
Jesus does not work this way, people. Jesus does not make sure that you
you
have
don't
to
have,
have money.
you don't
and
have to have a medium.
no secret handshakes with Jesus.
You ain't got to pay nobody. You ain't got to wear no garments that go up your butt. You can just, be a quote unquote Gentile and just be free and not be under bondage and oppression. And,
And talk
you
to
don't
Jesus
have
all the same.
have a troll. You ain't got to pay a troll to toll, to cross. You can just have a direct line. Anyways, it's true though. It really bothers me that people, my own family, included. This is not just Mormonism. This is all of them. All of them churches that,
Yes.
but the Mormon church, they're just outright bold with it. They're like, you have to pay 10%. It's gross.
Yes, it's a-
Okay, let me.
it's I was trying to remember. It's something about religion being a racket and a scam.
Yeah, I go back and forth with that. I mean, reading that Jesuit oath that time, how it said that they'll keep us divided by dogma and religion and politics. And
Well, if you think about it, that's been going on like Marie Antoinette. Part of what caused all the downfall, the downfall of France was the religious leaders interfering and keeping people poor and stuff. Remember, let them eat cake. But I'm just saying, the religious leaders often are causing trouble. It's not the people trying to be right, and there's a lot of people
right,
who
yeah,
are trying to
Yeah.
follow, the golden rule and follow Jesus and all that. And there's a whole nother group that feeds off of them.
and then they divide us, and then they play us against one another, and then we fight.
Exactly.
And when they're wrong, like the ones who are doing the controlling and manipulation at the top and pretending, they're wolves in sheep clothing, basically, and they're laughing, they pick on us, they make fun of us all the time. They don't want us to succeed. They want to keep us dumb. They want to keep us in the dark, so to speak. They want us to do all their labor, and they just want exaltation. They just want to be gods. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Too much power in the hands of too few people.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm so looking for that text, man.
I saw this. I was trying to do research on the Don Burke Society.
Oh, yeah, it's
And
good.
so I was watching this video, and it was telling about all these things that were happening. And in my brain, it sounded like I was listening to the news about what's happening right now, with how people argue
yeah.
with each other and they're
Very reminiscent,
demagoguing. Like, just because you do that, you must be terrible. And, you know, they're just really, it's just,
If you're an independent thinker and you don't believe in what the hell they're just trying to, you know, like if you are like skeptical, if you're critical, they don't like you. They don't like us. And I mean, we're
it's
still
like you have to
blinded
take a
to it.
side. And I can tell you, and the stuff I've been seeing lately, I don't take nobody's side. I think they're all of them.
right. I can't prove it, and neither can they. I can't prove there's God or not God. And so whatever, you know, they put their pants on the same way I do.
Right. I don't really understand why people bully other people about religion or
Control.
not religion. You know, well, that is it. But it doesn't do
Manipulation.
the people any good. It's only to separate us, because it's just
It's
like
just
with
like a
Lori-
narcissist.
Yes,
parent,
arguing
you know?
about something they don't even know all the details about, but they try to sound real
Right.
smart. while
They're the
telling.
smartest people in the damn room. Yeah, you're right. Exactly that. Damn it. I hate when I have something, you know, and I want to share it and I can't never find it. And because I'm on my computer, I can go right to it in my phone. Let me do that. Let me go right to it in my phone and then try to juggle it this way.
Yeah, I'm so crazy. I forgot what you're looking for. So there.
Well, I was like, oh, those
Don't
text
tell me.
messages between.
Don't tell me. Just figure it
I
out.
almost forgot too. Damn it! I was like, wait, whoa. Let's see. But I can't talk and do that at the same time because I got to kind of focus. So I just don't want to be rude, but I'm also on a mission.
I'm looking at I'm talking to the chat here. I'm looking at the tweets to see if anybody's posted anything. They haven't yet, but they should shortly be back in there, even if we're not getting a live feed.
Here, I can. You want to watch this little Julie Rose thing? You want me to traumatize you with this? It's like my reader read it, but anyways.
Okay.
Ago. Another Latter-day Saint podcaster has
something.
been excommunicated. Julie Rowe caused a commotion several years ago when she was widely publicized as one of several people inspiring a massive prepper craze in September 2015. Although she's kept a lower profile in recent years,
Shit.
Julie continues to share her visions in podcasts, books, and media interviews. She also practices and teaches the emotion code, a holistic method combining energy healing and muscle testing. It appears that both her teachings and involvement in energy work were factors in her April 9th excommunication. Background. Julie Rowe first came to the public's attention in 2014 with the publication of her first two books, A Greater Tomorrow, My Journey Beyond the Veil, and The Time Is Now. These books describe what she experienced and witnessed during a near-death experience in 2004. 1. Her first book, A Greater Tomorrow, was released in May 2014 and was wildly successful. Publisher Chad Daybell said in 2016, "The first printing sold out within a month, and the ebook version smashed my book distributor's all-time records. The two decided she should follow up with a second book, The Time Is Now, which would include quotes from LDS prophets concerning the future, as well as answer many questions Julie had been asked on how to prepare spiritually and temporally for troubled times. That book was released in November 2014 and proved to be just as popular as its predecessor. Siegel Book, one of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for-profit companies, loved Julie's books. Daybell explained that Deseret Book had been burned on the whole near-death experiences topic with the controversial 2012 book Visions of Glory. One man's astonishing account of the last days too, but Siegel book buyers had no such qualms. In 2015, Siegel contacted Daybell to increase advertisement space for Julie's books. Daybell said, "I was elated because the only books that receive that much space are typically written by general authorities. The larger advertisement boosted sales even more." By August 2015, Julie's books had been featured in 13 straight Siegel book catalogs, which is almost unheard of. Behind the scenes of the Julie Rowe Media Frenzy by Chad Daybell, president of Spring Creek Book Company, but then the church released an interior memo to church educational system instructors in late August, specifically calling out Julie's first book, A Greater Tomorrow, as inappropriate for classroom use. Although people assumed teachers were tempted to use Julie's book for her end times predictions, Julie's publisher later hypothesized that it was her visions of Old Testament events that were the real concern. Well, the new seminary year was just underway, and the students were studying the Old Testament. As readers know, Julie spends several pages in A Greater Tomorrow describing what she saw concerning ancient prophets. Julie gives detailed accounts about Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark, Abraham and Isaac, and even Potiphar's lustful wife that aren't in the scriptures or in the seminary manuals. Undoubtedly, many instructors had read the book during the previous year and were supplementing their lessons with these very interesting tidbits. I still have never received any explanation from the church about the internal memo, but that's my assessment of why a caution was issued. Julie and I wholeheartedly agree with the church's stance that these accounts should not be shared in seminary or institute classes. Please note that Julie's second book, The Time Is Now, was not included in that statement, which lends credence to my Old Testament theory. Behind the scenes of the Julie Rowe Media Frenzy by Chad Daybell, president of Spring Creek Book Company. Unfortunately, the church's warning against Julie's book came out when people were on edge about the apocalyptic blood moon of September 2015. Two Christian pastors, John Hagee and Mark Blitz, popularized the theory that the series of 4 consecutive lunar eclipses between August 2014 and September 2015 signaled the beginning of the end times. Since news outlets already assumed the church disliked Julie's books due to end times predictions, it was easy to merge her story with the wider hysteria of doomsday preppers. When news outlets reached out to the church for comment, the church responded with a summary of the church's position on emergency preparedness, ending with the writings and speculations of individual church members, some of which have gained currency recently, should be considered as personal accounts or positions that do not reflect church doctrine. 3. After the media frenzy. September came and went, but the preparations didn't slacken. Julie formed the nonprofit Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund in November 2015. One description on her blog stated, "As conditions in the United States worsen due to natural disasters and civil unrest, millions of innocent people will be affected. They may be forced to leave their homes, taking with them only those items they can carry. The Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund has been established in preparation for such situations. It is a nonprofit 501c3 organization headquartered in Overland Park, Kansas. A network of volunteers have been organized in communities across the United States to help those in need. Any donations will be used to buy supplies and other items needed for disaster relief efforts. These items will be stored at secure locations across the United States, ready to be distributed when needed. These goods and services will serve the poor, the weak, the homeless, and the hungry." The Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund post on julieroweprepared.com. Julie released another book in March 2016, From Tragedy to Destiny, A Vision of America's Future. She kept the book non-denominational to appeal to a broader audience. In it, she shared a message the Founding Fathers had revealed to her in her 2004 NDE. They expressed their worries about the country's eroding moral fabric, and she promised to share their counsel and warnings when she returned to Earth. Earthquakes, famines, plagues, and wars are coming to the United States. But Julie saw how God is preparing places of safety to protect righteous people from the coming calamities. Apparently, all proceeds from that book go towards Julie's Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund. She continued to do media interviews. In May 2016, Julie talked about the Wasatch Wake-Up on a radio interview, forecasting a large earthquake to occur along the Wasatch Front. My understanding right now is this interview that I'm having with you, Brian, is the last opportunity I have to essentially publicly testify and witness of our Savior Jesus Christ, testify of his plan, and warn many of our brothers and sisters that there is a very imminent earthquake on the Wasatch Front. What I've been shown and told is this is my last opportunity to do a live interview before that earthquake is going to happen. After that earthquake happens, which is happening very soon, then I'm going to get hit by a whirlwind of media. From transcription of
Whirlwind
Julie Rowe's
keyword.
May 3rd, 2016 interview
That's my
with
birthday.
Brian Hyde, published on julieroweprepare.com. A year later, in May 2017, Julie began a podcast series, The Julie Rowe Show. The first episode talked about this Wasatch wake up, and Julie confirmed that the earthquake is still right around the corner. Other podcasts also talked about her visions of the coming challenges ahead of the second coming. For example, her fifth podcast, What I See on the West Coast, talked about Russian and Chinese troops invading the western coast of Canada and the United States. See transcript here. The podcast seemed to have had a decent following. As of October 2017, her first episode had been viewed over 14K times. In 2018, Julie came out with 2 more books, The Julie Rowe Show, Volume 1, Podcast 1-10, and Rising Above the Flames, My Untold Story, as told to Eric J. Smith, Energy Healing. It seems that a significant amount of Julie's time, though, has been devoted to energy work. Julie described her 2012 exposure to Dr. Bradley Nelson's Emotion Code Holistic Approach in the appendix to her second book, The Time Is Now. In her NDE and in subsequent visions, she was told about energy healing, and she was even given the name of the doctor and specific type of holistic approach to search for. It was made known to me that I was to research Dr. Nelson and the Emotion Code and the Body Code. I was shown repeatedly that I was to be involved in this work in helping myself, my family, and others heal from illness and disease. It was made clear to me that this work would not only benefit me, but also my ancestors on the other side of the veil. It was made clear to me that this form of energy healing would be used in the tent cities, as well as in the New Jerusalem and into the millennium. Julie has been doing energy sessions with clients for several years now, releasing trapped emotions and other negative energy which inflict the body. She also travels to different cities and teaches group classes in the method. For those unfamiliar with the price schedules of energy healing, this will shed some light. Why talk about the energy work? Well, the church hasn't been so wild about energy healing in the past few years. In September 2016, a Salt Lake City-based television station ran a story on Christ-centered energy healing and asked the church for a statement. Church spokesman Eric Hawkins responded, "We urge church members to be cautious about participating in any group that promises in exchange for money, miraculous healings, or that claims to have special methods for accessing healing power outside of properly ordained priesthood holders." Does that statement sound familiar? It should. Elder Ballard repeated it verbatim in a general conference talk a year later. 5, he added, "Brothers and sisters, be wise and aware that such practices may be emotionally appealing, but may ultimately prove to be spiritually and physically harmful." In the same address, Ballard also talked about not being deceived by men or women when it came to looking for signs of the second coming. Church discipline. On May 26, 2019, Julie released a podcast titled Unrighteous Dominion, which gave a detailed overview of the events leading up to her disciplinary council. Julie Rowe first shared that she tried to get in touch with her stake president over 2 years ago, when she first moved to her current location in Kansas, but he never responded. It was thus a surprise when he texted her husband for a meeting with Julie this last January. Her discussion of this meeting begins around the 1950-minute mark. Yes, that is an image of Joan of Arc being burned at the stake. Subtle. On the morning of Sunday, January 6th, Julie's birthday, she sat in a room with 4 men, her husband, her bishop, the stake president, and a counselor in the stake presidency, and had an unpleasant conversation. The stake president informed her that he'd been contacted by a member of the area presidency. Julie said she was accused of teaching false doctrine, and that the stake president expressed dislike for her podcasts, books, blog, and energy work, although she blamed the last on his bias as an MD allopathic doctor. She said that he stated repeatedly, "You realize I'm your judge," Later in the podcast, about 3508, it comes out that the stake president apparently told her in this meeting to stop all energy healings classes
You're doing
or
typo.
sessions where she began with a prayer and cast out spirits. Not only did she refuse to do so, but quipped, as a doctor, if you prayed, before you went to work, before you went in to see your patients and you cast out, you would be a lot better at your job. She sure showed him. Due to scheduling conflicts, Julie did not speak again with her stake president until March, when he took away her temple recommend and put her on probation. She affirmed that it was not the stake president, but God, however, that told her to temporarily take down all her podcasts on March 11th and to stop selling her books. She's not even listed as an author on the Spring Creek Book Company's website anymore. She was given only a couple days' notice before her disciplinary council on Tuesday, April 9th. At the 2-hour council meeting, it was declared that she would be excommunicated based on the charges of 1, apostasy, teaching false doctrine, 3, priestcraft, and 4, defaming the good name of the church. She insists she was falsely accused. Okay, stepping back from Julie's account, it's not difficult to see where her local leadership may have felt they were on solid ground for excommunication, aside from the fact that higher-ups were irritated. Although we don't know why the area presidency decided to go after her now, it only takes this May 26 podcast to see possible arguments of all the different charges local leaders levied against her, which is helpful because access to her other podcasts is difficult right now. 1. Apostasy. In 2014, the First Presidency released an interesting definition of apostasy after the prominent excommunication of ordained women founder Kate Kelly. They said, apostasy is repeatedly acting in clear, open, and deliberate public opposition to the church or its faithful leaders, or persisting after receiving counsel in teaching false doctrine. Some people have taken that a step further, that doing anything after a church leader has counseled you to stop counts as apostasy. See this example of a GA stake president declaring a woman is in apostasy because she refused to stop talking about her divorce. So Julie's leaders could easily see her refusal to stop practicing energy work as apostasy. 2, teaching false doctrine. It's also possible that Julie was considered in a state of apostasy simply because she refused to correct false doctrine. She did mention the false doctrine thing in the January meeting. The only doctrine that Julie specifically mentions her stake president having a problem with is multiple probations, also called multiple mortal probations. It's a Mormon version of reincarnation, where a single spirit goes through several different turns on Earth before moving on to the afterlife. You can learn more about it here. 6.3. Priestcraft. The traditional LDS definition of priestcraft comes from the Book of Mormon. Men preaching and setting themselves up for a light to the world, that they may get gain and praise of the world. But they seek not the welfare of Zion. 2 Nephi 6:29. If gain is interpreted as money, then they could be thinking of her profiting off her visions and supernatural healings, though it sets an interesting precedent. Could anyone who does energy healing get charged with priestcraft, or is this unique because of the additional component of Julie's visions? They could also just say that she's setting herself up for a light to the world because she's claiming to have messages from God.
But then what are they
This
doing?
charge of priestcraft likely inspired Julie's friend, Eric, to write a rebuttal against those who would accuse her. His post was published in April, a few days after her excommunication. 4. Defaming the good name of the church. Defaming the good name of the church means defaming the good name of church leaders. 7. I'm not sure what she said before her stake president talked to her, but she's definitely not painting church leadership in a positive light right now. A theme seems to be that they're church leaders who aren't what they appear to be, not President Nelson or the First Presidency, but others. For example, at 4:550, Julie says, and if these men who are corrupt that are in the church think they can get rid of me, they're wrong. And when they listen to this, I hope they hear me loud and clear. I'm not going anywhere. She claimed that in her disciplinary council, Satan himself was whispering in her stake president's ear. In a more recent podcast at about 1608, Julie mentions crime families cloaked within the LDS hierarchy clear up into the 70s, and dare I say, more so. In time, you will see that this is going to be exposed. So what's happened since the disciplinary council? Julie continues to travel for her energy healing workshops and appear on radio shows. She and her husband have both filed appeal letters to the First Presidency, though she expects them to be denied. It won't be until after a significant number of church leaders apostatize and what's left of the church moves to Rexburg when church leaders will finally ask her forgiveness. 8. Discuss. 9. 1. Some contend her 2004 experience was more of a vision than a near-death experience because she was just in a weakened state, not actually dead. If you'd like to read a chapter from A Greater Tomorrow, click here. 2. Visions of Glory records the near-death experience of a man named Spencer, as told to Latter-day Saint author John Pontius. Pontius passed away December 2012, a month after the book was published. The back cover states, "In this true account of near-death experiences, we learn about the miracles of the millennium, the return of the 10 tribes, the building of the New Jerusalem and Temple, and many other astonishing events long prophesied in Scripture, but never before described in such vivid detail. Visions of Glory is a mesmerizing and fascinating read that you will not be able to put down." In January 2014, Emeritus BYU Professor D&D Kelly Ogden wrote an article about the book for Meridian magazine. He noted, speaking with the publisher early in December 2013, I learned that over 80,000 copies had already been sold, and it is possible that the total exceeded 100,000 copies by Christmas. It appears to be a sensation. It's interesting to note that the apologetic site Fair Mormon began sounding alarm bells about visions of glory as early as May 2013. 3. The church was not happy when journalists reported that the media statement was meant to alleviate doomsday fears in church members. Church newsroom staff later reported on September 29, 2015, this misinterpretation by the Associated Press that the statement was to reassure members rather than to correct misinformation from the news media see text of statement resulted in many inaccurate headlines. To be honest, I'm still trying to understand why the church was so adamant about this distinction. 4. As of May 26, 2019, Julie still says the Wasatch Front earthquake is imminent. See episode #77 Unrighteous Dominion at 5. It's interesting to see the reaction of energy healers to the church's statement. Basically, they argue their practices are not in conflict with that statement or the church in general. You can read Tammy Ward's response, the subject of the 2016 news article here. Dr. Bradley Nelson's response, inventor of the emotion code, is here. His angle is a little different than Ward's. Where she argues it's always wise to use caution with health practices in general, he boldly says that anyone in the healing profession that makes a promise of healing, miraculous or otherwise, is foolish. He further states, from the point of view of Western medicine, alternative medicine may be suspect, but there are healing practices that are so ethically and legally questionable in Western medicine that I am left to speculate what Elder Ballard was actually referring to, or so, yeah. 6. Proponents of this theory tend to like the 2011 compilation teachings of the Doctrine of Eternal Lives. This teaching was referenced in a 2017 Mormon Leaks document where a member of a stake presidency reports to higher authorities on the actions of several members of his stake who he believes are in a state of
They're coming
apostasy.
back pretty
Those
soon.
members were also into energy healing and end times visions.
All right.
The seal is up. I mean, you know, when they put the seal up, it's still a few minutes. But
It's better than it was over anyway. So, but I'm glad. I've been wanting to share that, although it was just a
Yes.
repeat on the video. Sorry.
you know, and I'm
But,
just going to
I
say
mean-
this: she probably got treated worse because she's a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like of all these writers and stuff. I'm talking about the church not giving her but like a few days to come down there for the meeting or whatever. These men,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, she didn't have to kill nobody. She got in a meeting. Sorry.
Okay, where are we at here? Don't be sorry. I'm looking for where the
I'm gonna
hell
remove
is my. I'm looking for the damn video I had up earlier. It was KTVB. Okay, I'm like, what the hell? All right, share this tab. Am I up there? Nope. Stop screen. Share. Yeah, I'm gonna find that text exchange. Come hell or high water. Okay, day 4. Got it. Thank y'all for hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of that mentally ill stuff in there too, for sure. Yeah. Is it playing music? I can't hear my damn air conditioner.
No, but it might be off. Is it off? It's not playing
Yeah,
music.
it's not muted. I might have it muted. Ow. Sorry. Oh my gosh.
It's probably
My finger almost got stuck. Let's see. Let me look. Make sure. Yeah. No music. Yay. Yay.
it's not hospital.
Silent. Hmm?
I just saw Trace says she has been hospitalized prior to all this even. And so I was like, who's been hospitalized? It may
Julie.
be they don't want to. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still looking. I'm trying to remember the keywords. I remember I always want to call him detective, but it's Special Agent Doug Hart. And I mean, if I wouldn't have to go look for the damn witness list, for some reason I'm having a hard time freaking getting my hands on one. But I mean, according to who said that earlier? Was it Trace that said this earlier? That oh no, it was somebody else. That we
Nate.
may not even go through all the witnesses. Yeah, Nate, thank you. Interesting. If so, because I mean, he's one of them, and I want it all out, y'all. This is our last chance. I'll purge them, and turn them upside down. Let all the stuff fall out their pockets and their mouths. You know, I mean, I feel like this morning I was a little leery because I was like, I think she's going to bust the damn door open, Lori, with this 404B. I think she's pretty freaking cocky.
Well,
and just
they've told the witnesses that they can't bring it up. So when she asked them a question, she is tiptoeing around. You know what I'm saying? Like with Brandon, me and you never had an argument, did we? Before that day, we were good friends. There's no reason. He couldn't say the reason.
The character. Sorry, still looking for this. So,
Just mad at her. I'm mad at all.
There's only. Oh my gosh, this is gonna take forever. I've been looking up different keywords. Do what?
Oh, Trace is saying that this Julie Rowe is still friends with Emma Daybell Murray.
Her husband, or her ex-husband now, Jeff Rowe. He's in this 1108 page FOIA request from Chandler Police on our case, right? Jeff Rowe. I'm telling you, it's like these rituals they're doing, in my opinion, if I had to speculate. But who am I?
They're trained to lie. Just trained to lie.
Well, that, and if you're part of a secret club and you take blood oaths, if you tell, then you're going to get whacked. You ever heard? So we got to do some more like exploring into the mafia and then find out where they went and why they all turn into cartels and why they turn into secret societies. Basically,
they're all in charge of the tech. The mafia is tech. And also, Lord, there's people in Washington. I'm not talking about the senators that people vote for. There's lobbyists that work for corporations, and they go up and smooth the senators and help them write laws that don't work out for us.
Then they walk them through. They know it's who you know and who you blow, allegedly. I don't know.
I'm just saying they're probably all in the Epstein files. They're all in the Epstein files. That's the reason why they don't want it loose. Neither side, both sides could have put it out, and they haven't put it out. I'm not talking about politics. I'm just saying that everybody involved is in that crap, and that's why they haven't They're all extorting one another not to tell.
Yeah, they all have baby oil all over them.
Probably. White powder and pink powder and everything else.
And and how I tracked it, or I say I tracked it, but I found another researcher who did the heavy part. We have Tim Ballard and all his stuff and his connections to, all the people, Lori Chad, Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison, Ken Krogh, Elder Ballard, Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frank, all the people, right? Rod Meldrum. And then this other researcher I found, and I shared it. It goes all the way up to Carlos Slim. Carlos Slim was the wealthiest man in the world, not the country, not Louisiana, okay, not Mexico. He owns a lot of I want to say phone, communication, which is interesting. A lot of communication companies and stuff in Mexico, but Elon Musk just, basically he's the richest man in the world. And anyways, but when you hit the ceiling, there's they don't have anybody above them pulling strings, so to speak. So I'm just like, oh, okay. So follow the money, you follow the connections, who really centers in the middle of all of it, and it would blow your mind. Pamela Lee Anderson. It's crazy. I don't get it. Oh my God. And then it goes to the Afghanistan World Foundation and just this guy is, and it's not just this guy, it's this network. It's a network. Okay. It's a network. That's what they call, basically, I would say, this is just me. This is what it looks like to me, is mafias and all that stuff. Just all it did was morph into, or new labels, basically. So what people would call satanic panic and or SRA, because they're not the same, but satanic panic, people's understanding or whatever of that. But satanic ritual abuse or ritual abuse is going on, that I do believe in. I believe that Tylee and JJ are exactly, they're victims of this. Okay. It's systemic or whatever. And, but they morph and they become philanthropists, and it's called a network now. It's called a RICO. It's called, human trafficking. It's called what do you call that? What the hell are they? Human trafficking. That's what it is. It's just they've just kind of morphed into these new labels. And so I haven't seen a bad connotation yet about calling it a network. I'm sure it's coming soon. But that's just my little, what it looks like to me. Come on, I hope I got the right down. It might be in the Gilbert docs, but damn, it'd be almost easier just to go look up Doug Hart's freaking testimony, because it sucks. I am Doug Hart. Now I'll look at the damn transcript. Y'all, I need to pay for some FOIA requests. I need to, pull some. And I don't, they're so different everywhere. Idaho's website, to get court documents and stuff like that, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Arizona, I'm like, what the hell? Where am I at? I've still not found it. How to get the damn documents. I end up on the minutes page, but I don't know how to get to the damn document. And I hate, I appreciate Joe Schmo. I appreciate what the docket used to do. I appreciate people who, Mary's been sending some lately. But it's I kind of would like to be able to go get them myself,
That's what I was going to say. You don't want people to keep giving you fish. You want them to teach you how to fish.
Right. I want to know where to find them, how to find them. I appreciate it. I won't, I'm not going to. I'm not in this for, I'm just here,
compete
I'm a
with
family
anybody.
member. This is my family. Yeah, I'm not competing. I'm just here. I'm part of the community, teamwork, attaboy. Yeah, let me do this right here. Sorry, just giving myself a pep talk. Oh, damn, voice, you loud.
They are waiting a long time with that seal, aren't they? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Tracy, what are y'all doing over there? Okay. I appreciate you, Trace. I love you.
Yeah.
I haven't told you that in a long time. I also need to call Sue Ellen. I miss her butt too.
Yeah, we hadn't heard from
I
her.
thought about flying up there tomorrow, but I'm just not. I'm just not. So I'm gonna wait till they do sentencing. I don't know when they're gonna do sentencing. So I gotta call mom later and ask her, bug her a little bit. All right, now.
Yeah. The way things are going on in the world, you're liable to get over there in the middle of something you don't want to be in the middle of besides this thing.
Damn, Donna. I'm joking.
I've watched the news lately and it scared me. So
that's why I used to never watch the news when I was a kid or growing up, I lived in my own little world. It would make me I have panic attacks. I have anxiety. My stepdad who raised me, I always thought he was a jokester. He would always pick, but he would scare the shit out of me. We I grew up in a mobile home and I was an only child till I was 8. And he would, there's a long hallway. It's dark. And he'd be like, hey, go get this, and I'm like 4, 6, all the way up. And I'd get down the hallway and he would like stomp on the floor and be like, rah, and I'd be like, what? And it would scare the shit out of me. Or when I had braces and I had a headgear. Okay. And he asked me to get something from his truck outside. So it was about to be bad weather, but it wasn't quite yet. And so I went outside. I'm telling you, this is what you call, it's kind of like I'm not abuse. Okay. But I'm just saying it's generational too. It's not very healthy. Like I look back and I'm like, that was so not good to do to a child. It's like he might've been picking, but it's really kind of sadistic, if you think about that. So like when I went outside, he locked the door and he was like, your headgear is a lightning rod. And I was like, freaking out.
Well, damn it, man.
I'm just saying. I always thought he was, I didn't know he was not my dad. And, I was 18 months old whenever my mom started dating him. And then they got married when I was 4, just like Colby. He didn't adopt me, but they changed my last name. It's very funny and crazy how that happened. And then, so all they did was bring it to a notary public. Whomever the notary, I still have it. It's like falling apart, my birth certificate, but whomever did it, they drew one straight line through Easton and they put in all caps Trahan. They hand wrote it. Okay. And then they put their seal of approval. And I was Trahan all throughout school, graduated as a Trahan. That was my maiden name. Okay. But I found out late, like when my mom and Dennis divorced when I was.
Who's the state going to call next?
Kyle Mueller. Kyle Mueller?
You want to get them ready?
Bueller.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
It just came on for us. I wonder why it does that. What court order? Y'all haven't been looking at that, but let me just catch up.
All right, to the jury.
She keeps looking back at Brandon.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up. Please stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in.
You just spell your first name. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, you're gonna go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Who is it? Is he right?
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, and then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that, and I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the City of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. And for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross-section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those three elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine that when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on and where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general,
from the discharge of a firearm? Two of those, so a consistent particle is two of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, or does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container, and then each vial itself is also individually sealed? With the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes,
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits. From 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs that may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. You know, if GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes,
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes.
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
That means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means 2 of the 3 elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Okay. Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window?
Yes.
Did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
Yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when I put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged and you think of that plume of smoke, those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay, so you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the 3rd vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all 3 of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was, again, in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed?
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
antimony, barium, and lead, all three make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's three classifications. All three of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2-component and the 1-component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2-component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR where all three elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3-component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all three particles did you find together, grouped together?
So 2, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just 2?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than 2 from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the 2 that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed 3. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly. For the characteristic particles with all 3 elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3-particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other two classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all three types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the two combination, and all three together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last?
Whoop, whoop. All right, let's get it on.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where's Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a detective, Nolan McDermott, from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay. So those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a Unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus, 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, and then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. If I may have my paralegal approach. And you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some. Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday. in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes,
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay. But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134. If I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes,
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes,
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
no, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes,
And does that include focus? A receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona?
correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes,
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes.
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
It did have Arizona plates. I
Were
believe
they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well on November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant exhibit 135. I could have my paralegal approach.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use or?
Could he point to the TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, and the front door is this way. So the garage, where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th. And that's right near the 175 you were describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreaux was also living at the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence at 175.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Now, did you become, I guess, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 submitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was a renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902. Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is submitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residents when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Okay. Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside Unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
I wonder if I've shown the defendant Exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops,
Yeah, it's cut off.
May pull out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top, you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location of the storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Was there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did.
Things like passports and bills.
Correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier, I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then furniture in there.
Correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle?
Correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock.
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreaux?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreaux had been married to Brandon Boudreaux, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus.
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes,
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes,
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units.
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
correct.
Okay. You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Showing defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. You recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at the storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit?
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st, and as October 1st is the day that the document shows you rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
We can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video in about a minute the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Ms. Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C-52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No,
So she's by herself on the first.
correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. And if we can stop at around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
We show video 32742. those two people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into into the building.
Yes.
On this day, did you see these two individuals putting any items into Unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901. So is that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. Is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605, are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Do you want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Can you say cook goose?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just
But I'm mixed up. I'm mixed up about this, what day this is. How can they be putting that thing in there on the
Anything we need to
second?
discuss before recess?
Having post date.
Okay.
Oh. I guess we're okay. Big Sex says, suck on that, Lori. You suck on that, Lori. Oh, I gotta go shut the door.
So,
Here, I'm shutting it.
Yes, ma'am.
so am I mixed up on what day it is?
I mean, it's still the conspiracy. I don't really too much think it matters. I mean, maybe it does legally, but physically, just looking at it, evidence wise, it's a seat, it's a tire.
Well, I know that, but they're saying that it's like in the afternoon of the day that he got shot that they were doing that. It should have been
they
before.
did. They should have left it in the damn garage. I mean, like some smart people.
Yeah, at their house.
I-
Yeah,
I-
they should have.
I have no idea why they went and brought it and rented a storage unit. That was dumb. Oh, I'm sorry. I just was wiping my mouth and here we are. I'm on top of you. I kicked you out, actually. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know. I'm dusting my desk. And so, yeah. Speaking of smart people, right? That's me. That's why I can talk about it. Carolyn says they drove around with it in the car, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know that they didn't bring it to Chad's because Tammy was still alive.
Right.
And again, they had two garages at that point. Because Melanie was not living there just yet. Two big old, I mean, they're nice sized garages, I mean, I remember seeing them.
Plenty
in
of
the
room
trial.
plenty of room for a tire and a seat.
Yeah. Hold on, Jason's asking me what I want for supper, so hold on, I'm muting for a second.
That sounds good. Well, I don't know. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Where'd it go? Y'all
And
don't
I
question
wanted-
exalted beings.
And I wanted them to show pictures of the kids' stuff in the storage
Yeah,
unit, so
well-
people would wonder where her kids are, why she's doing all this.
No, I mean, it doesn't help the case, because it's kind of like them saying, Chad touching her butt. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Okay.
And
Lori? No, okay.
What was it he
Okay.
said? Judge, Hermosillo, whenever he said he had seen her many times over the past, he's probably seen her 25 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just,
Yeah. I don't understand why she rented it either. She rented and she did it sneaky. She did it under Lori Ryan, but then left the damn, it was Chuck Considus, is he? Yeah. Detective Considus, who testified to the fact that, he was another officer for RPD that, was there for the welfare check. And when they busted down the damn doors of the apartment and, he saw it on the printer, and they're just, their movements are weird. It's like they migrate, and it's like, how birds migrate and they fly south for the winter. Their movements, the things they're doing are so odd, bizarre. But in between all these things, they're murdering their children. They're going to temple. They're running to BYU to walk around the track. They're going to Hobby Lobby. They're planning Brandon Boudreaux's murder. They are
In a
applying
small
for Social
town.
Security. Mm-hmm. Yeah, temple in a small town, right? They're going to Hawaii, going to Missouri. Let's see what else they were doing. Moving stuff into storage units. They had tarps. So many knives, y'all. There were so many damn knives in the garage. JJ's, there was a backpack of JJ's. There were the prepper bug out bags, not many, but they had, I thought it was a monkey mask at first, but so Lori's trial, they only did the audio. I witnessed a monkey mask. Okay. But then whenever they had Chad's trial, they kind of showed it on the screen like they're doing now on the Elmo. Not very easy and very clear, but it looked more like an old man mask, which is even fucking creepier. Okay. They had Tyvek suits. They had tarps. They had, what else? Rope. Green and black. It was green and black rope. They had duct tape. They had, again, like all the beds made. Oh, and in Melanie Boudreaux's apartment, she had a bunch of like credit cards and stuff that had Brandon Boudreaux's name on them, an Arizona driver's license of his. And in the meantime, she's, plotting his murder, allegedly, in my opinion. And so, let me see what Beach Lady has to say. How did they think no one would ever ask about the kid? Okay, my theory, and I mean, again, it's always, I'm way over here by myself usually. But whenever they talk, Ray Hermosillo in Chad's trial, it was like the very last witness, and he brought in that bizarre Chad and Lori jail call, and it was a day before. So it was June 8th, 2020. So a day before the kids were found. And they're talking in code, just like Ray Hermosillo says, right? And they're talking about blueprints, and they're talking about the 3%er, and they're trying to talk about it, and they're laughing, they're giggling every time they say something, thinking that it makes them not be heard by other people. I don't know. It's weird. It's like they think they're invisible. Like we can't see right through that shit. And so, so they talk about all that weird shit. Well, I mean, again, I think it's a group of people, and I think it's people who guarantee things, pizza. Yeah. Pizza. I believe that maybe they, like the way Lori's talking, she's just like, there wasn't supposed to be any problems, 3% problems, right? And so basically, it turns out they don't have the protection that they think they have. And her ass never has left that jail except to go to Arizona for her other trials. So it's like, there's other people involved. And you remember when Lauren even called that guy, what's his name? Oh crap. Okay, Dustin Thalen, or I can't remember his name, but his name was in the FOIA docs in the Chandler police report, just like Julie Rowe's ex-husband, now ex-husband Jeff Rowe. Dustin Thalen or something. Anyway, so she had contacted him, as a reporter, and he just chalked it up to his name was on there. He don't know why. I don't know. Chad's weird. Who knows? I'm just another victim, right? I don't think so. I think there's people are on there for a reason. They all play parts. Melanie Boudreaux was Miriam. Let me clear my throat. Damn it. Anyways, there's also, I don't know. I just feel like it's a larger group of people who use these conferences as a cover. Okay. Just like Melanie and David, they went all the way to Rexburg and then why would Lori and Chad and Alex wait to murder children whenever they have company? I mean, and David had a fake ass nightmare and he's just pretending, right? Right. He saw an invisible church. Lie. Okay. So they've been backstroking ever since. They didn't expect. I mean, Lori was basically just going to, in my opinion, parental alienate my mom, basically. Okay. Just like she did with Tylee. And by that, they're not going to come looking if that's how it was in her mind, at least. I don't know. I don't know I don't have the answers for all that, but I just feel like there's more people involved. I'm not alone in that either. There's other family members that that are, like Rex, Adam, they think there's more people. And I was glad to hear that. I was so relieved to hear that. Because I felt so crazy.
That surprised me because I don't normally watch their stuff. But I saw them the other day talking about what they're going to see out of this trial, and I was really I don't agree with Rex all the time, but I did agree with what he was saying there.
Yeah, I mean, well, my thing is they want it, but they don't. And this is just my opinion. And hey, they don't have to do it. And I'm not the judge here, like I'm not the. I mean, I'm doing it wrong, to them, maybe. I don't know. We're all doing it our own way, in our own way. But I see them just asking the questions. They're not really doing the digging, because in order to do that, then they would have to come to terms with who they pay tithing to, basically, and so
Scared to look there.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm sorry. There. Oh my God. Is that Sahara, whatever, desert? I don't know, whatever that nurse said the other day. I mean, it's bad. I cannot clear my damn throat. It's like stuck. So, and it's hard because a lot of these people who are doing this, they are just like Lori and Chad. They are, yes, still LDS. They are wolves in sheep clothing, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I believe that they think they're being persecuted for sure. Just like Lori thinks she's being persecuted. Just like Chad thinks. I mean, it's a whole inverted freaking problem, in my opinion. Emma, Garth, they were raised like this. They were raised this way. Chad was a coercive control, whatever the hell. He looked at Tammy and his kids like a possession. He owned them. Yeah. I mean, I see that in Hamblin too. And that's how they do. They look at their children like pawns, just like Lori did with Tylee and JJ and Colby, and everybody around her. So, I mean, you just kind of have to, come to terms. I mean, Tammy was practicing some of these things. She knew about the light and dark scale. It wasn't brand new. It's not brand new. Emma knew about it. Tom Harrison, I would say, I strongly suspect knows about it. There's a lot of people who know about this. I have found myself by digging. I mean, just going to all the corners of the interwebs, where Chad Daybell would say there's 2 billion females or zombies, whatever you want to enter. I'd have to find it to show it to y'all. But when I saw it, and it wasn't Chad Daybell's, and it was on Academia or one of those kind of websites that had to pay for services, and it's the same thing. And there's a lot of people who are doing this. They speak. I mean, think about how in the FOIA docs and stuff, just the random stuff that maybe the FBI had grabbed, it'll give you like a website, a link or whatever inside of the document. You click it and it brings you to Frozen, a scene out of Frozen, the movie, the fucking movie. There's another one. So I just think they communicate this way. This is how they communicate. Lori says that this is how her and Summer communicate. They can have a whole conversation in movie quotes. Think about Melanie Boudreaux. Whenever I play those cringe videos of her, I want to know what love is. Okay. She's talking, she does that whole whatever. I don't even know what movie it's from, but she's talking in movie quotes. Something's amiss here. Okay. And I don't know, in my opinion, especially after Spring Thibodeau and all that happened in the same ward, in the same damn town, kind of the same copy and paste, cookie cutter scenario, running off, taking a kid with a brother. It's like, what is going on in the temples? I know that, I've followed all these channels and all over these years, and they talk about how they talk in that tone of voice where it's hypnotic. And that's the thing. It's hypnosis. And it's, I believe, a lot of mind control. And I think we really need to wake up to that. I really do. I mean, don't look at it as nefarious. I mean, it is what it is. Just try not to. I just like to be aware of things. And I kind of feel better that I'm always against the grain, because I'm not. I agree with a lot of things, but there's some things I'm just like, really? Is that where you're at? That's where you stop. But I mean, had it not been for this experience, I wouldn't be here. I'd still be with my clogged up worldview. Everything's just normal. Nothing to see here. And I would be part of the problem as well, because I'd be like, well, I didn't have that experience. Why? Because it's like we're on different levels of awareness of the world we live in. Okay, it's back on. Go slap her. She's swinging her hair around. I love it. Bitch, turn the other way. Yeah, keep your mic hot. Dumb broad.
All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So, Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with Channel 1. the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. This is again the driveway. We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to a hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see 2 people coming in. Is that going to unit C-52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those 2 people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those 2 people as?
That is Lori Vallow again and her brother, Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the 2 parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today, we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224 channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. We see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15,
Yes, ma'am.
or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 p.m.
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 p.m. and we see them leaving about 1:15 p.m. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreaux's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public, I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range?
correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met Elmo, thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Started with a 304 area code.
Correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes.
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
Yes.
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
That's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. If I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes.
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
That's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes.
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
That's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes.
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
Correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 180 has previously been admitted. These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
Correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes.
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
Correct.
See the best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes.
as the phone that was activated?
Yes.
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
Correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And again, the same store number, 5494,
Correct.
same date and time,
Yes.
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with
Yes.
the 769 ending there.
Yes.
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
Correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th of 2019?
Yes, they did.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We'd heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So the closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
Yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon your review of these Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
At the end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either Like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time?
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th a search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches.
Correct.
In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg, shooting Rexburg, multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September?
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint
Yes.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things searched for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th, or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th?
Correct.
another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
Correct.
and an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, (12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd.
That's correct.
That the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device, is searching for shootings in the East Valley, in Gilbert, and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google.
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th, a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be -7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
What the
I don't know
hell?
I don't know what's going on.
All right, let me draw somewhere else. Hold on.
I think it's that way everywhere. But I could do.
Hold on.
On October 1st, directions in the Google records for
Weird.
Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona.
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52, yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2:17 p.m. I'm gonna use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 17 a.m. on October 2nd,
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting.
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9:14 a.m. After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9:40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa, and then later we see Moab, Utah?
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Or minus 6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Sure. Defendant, Exhibit 175, if I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes.
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
Correct.
the Pine Top search?
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe. So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then these searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes.
the Holbrook,
Yes.
Moab,
Yes.
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
First. This is Exhibit 172 and 173. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever. have you, the state will move to admit Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
And you told us for the Homer J. Maximus that you had provided that to your cast agent and that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
And are those just some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
That's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS or United States Postal Service change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area again showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You'd talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I'm not seeing any, sir. You can step down. Break for the day? All right, given that it's a little bit after 4:15, we'll recess for the evening. Let me just check. I think we can start again tomorrow at 10:15, but let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want. Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
All residents
jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'm looking at the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, so defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests, if the defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Bye, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let me turn this off before it transitions over. Yeah. Final thoughts? I have none. Oh yeah. Plus, I've been rearranging everything, so I just realized that. I can't believe we're gonna end tomorrow, allegedly. Okay. So I feel like they've proven the conspiracy. I don't have all the things right now, but I do. I feel like when they convene together and they are, doing what jurors do. Okay. I think they're gonna go over the evidence, and there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but there's a lot of receipts. I can say this trial, Trina brought receipts. Whereas in all the other trials, not so much. We had text communications, we had alleged witness testimony, and I'm talking about Melanie Gibb, Zalema Pastenes, Audrey Bertero, Serena, Christine, and just in the past, right? And so it's just a lot of people I don't trust anyway. So it's just, of course we learn more and more, if and when they do talk. However, it's just not very dependable. But this, I feel like we have the storage unit video. It's rolling tires in, rolling seed in, or bringing seed in. We have it coming out. We have, the lease agreement for the storage unit. We have Alex traveling from Rexburg to Arizona to cause harm, to murder Brandon Boudreaux. And then he's on the phone with Chatty Daddy on the way there, on the way back. Lori's being deceitful. She's calling using, Alex's his primary phone, kept it up there to be sneaky, right? And so she's like, okay. Could you just picture that? Like her just dialing from Alex Cox's phone, her phone. I wonder if she talked to herself, I wonder if she was like, hello. And then she was like, hey. She called him Bubba Humps. I'm just kidding. But okay, so that's going on. You have just all the chaos, all the commotion. You have Melanie Boudreaux traveling, flying up there, offering before she flies up there on September 26th or the 29th to, in my opinion, conspire to premeditate, track phones, burner phones. There you go. Food receipts. We got all the things. You have where Melanie Boudreaux is saying, hey, Brandon, you can have the kids, since you're in our marital home and it's selling, soon for $1 million. And he's staying in the home so that he can stage it. And that way they don't have to keep, he don't have to keep the kids. The kids can be kids, but they just can't there while you're staging a home and you're trying to sell it. Yeah, people dropping in there all the time. You want to sell it, right? He moves her into her own. I'm going backwards, I know, but he moved her into her own rental home, just like Charles did with Lori. Paid for it, was paying her child support. But I was reading something last night. One of their custody documents, going back and forth filings, and she was saying that, oh no, I lie. It was from her interview with Detective Ryan Pillar. She said that he owed her some money, but he had already paid her out on some businesses that, with his business partners and everything, they had to like buy her out so that, right, you don't want a crazy old lady digging in your financials, especially with your business partners. Oh my God, can you imagine? They're money hungry. And so it's like, okay. So they buy her out. She ends up with like, I want to say, I'm just going to guesstimate. It's around $300,000 to $350,000. She was not worried about that. She was not worried about finances, although she didn't even have a job. She was just YOLO, and she bought a Kia Telluride. That's what her and Alex showed up in American Fork, Utah on what, I want to say it was November 14th ish, somewhere around there, I don't know. It looked like they were doing a home invasion, in my opinion. Or she was in her soon to be ex-in-law's garage with her papers, with her stupid papers that, from their mediator with no judge's signature on them. No merit. Or was that just a prop? Like, oh shit, the cops are here. No, here's my papers. Hey, this is what I was doing. What was she really up to? You had Alex parked a few houses down, basically lying in wait, you could say. I'm just pointing out a pattern. They also did this at the Yules. Okay. That's Brandon and Melanie's friends, Brandon and Claudia Yule. Alex parked down the road. Alex and Melanie parked down the road, a couple houses down. She's getting out. She's staring at their house. She's telling them the Holy Spirit sent her there. And the Holy Spirit, which obviously, is wrong, right? It's just not giving her very good advice. Okay. It's prompting her, telling her that her kids are there. No, dumbass. It's just telling her she's just a fucking terrorist, like her fucking aunt. Okay. She's a terrorist and she's the victim, just like her Aunt Lori, her Aunt Lolly, whatever you want to call her. Wanted to put their hands, I'll say, Alex and Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski wanted to put their hands on her children, her and Brandon's children, after they shot at Brandon. After Alex shot at Brandon, October 2nd, 2019, Melanie is acting weird the whole time. I actually have an interview, and I got it to analyze, right? I'm just going to point out a few things because I think it's stuff we need to know. It helps us to tie these things together because I know sometimes it feels like I just don't feel confident. I don't feel like the state's really proven their case. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying some people are saying that, and I understand. I feel like in this particular trial, we've learned very little, I mean, if anything, it just kind of shows us the bigger picture. Yes, it's for getting justice for Brandon, of course, and his children. And it's the rest of the story for the other victims. Okay. However, I don't feel like there was just, not yet, at least, there's been no bombshell. Holy crap. I thought there was yesterday, but obviously I was wrong. But it'll all come out in the wash. It will. You just have to believe in the system and the people who are pushing for justice, and know that that's you don't just do this and get away with it, not on our watch, basically. So this says the report analyzes the transcript of a police interview conducted with Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski concerning the attempted shooting of her estranged husband, Brandon Boudreaux. And so this was whenever she met with, I thought it was Detective Coons this whole time, but it was not. I was wrong. It's a blurred out video. She brings their youngest child, okay, with her. October 3rd, the very next day, Brandon got shot at. She didn't answer her phone when he called after he got shot at. Okay, she texted him the next morning and just like, hope you have a better day. No, ma'am. Girl, Melanie, we know you are guilty. Okay, so stop the bullshit, girl. Okay, stop it. We see right through you. Word salad. She's a salad shooter. She's a salad shooter today, if you know what I'm saying. Because she's shitting. All right. So this is, just because it's distracting to hear the little girl in the background, and I'm not faulting her at all. I'm faulting her mother, okay? Because that's just coward. And it reminds me of Lori whenever Detective Yinklin wanted, after Charles was shot, laying dead on, the floor inside the house after Alex shot him and murdered him too. And Detective Yinklin is saying how she's trying to get Lori's attention to, that way she can separate Lori from Tylee, because she's about to tell her a death notification. She's about to say, hey, your husband's dead. Lori's like, I already know. What? Okay, right, hooker? But we're not talking about that. She's trying not to traumatize your daughter. But see, so Melanie brings her own daughter. Okay. It's just bullshit. Same concept. All right, so it's easier to just kind of go through this. So the analysis aims to extract key information provided by Miss Pulaski, and it does it in Miss Pulaski and Mr. Boudreaux, so I'm sorry. Okay. Provided by Miss Pulaski, understand her demeanor and assess the potential implications for the ongoing investigation, contextualizing it within the broader narrative of the Lori Vallow Daybell case. The report will examine the various topics discussed during the interview, including Ms. Pulaski's relationship with Mr. Boudreaux, the circumstances surrounding their marital difficulties, their financial situation, any instances of threats or communication issues, and her relationship with her aunt, and she can have her too, Lori Vallow Daybell. This examination will be further informed by publicly available information regarding the Lori Daybell case and the attempted shooting of Mr. Boudreaux. So the background and context of the LVD Lori Daybell case and the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. That's the topic. The events surrounding this interview are embedded within a complex and disturbing series of incidents involving Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, often described in media reports as leaders of a quote-unquote doomsday cult. This characterization stems from their alleged extreme religious beliefs and involvement in multiple deaths and disappearances. The case gained widespread attention following the disappearance of Ms. Daybell's children, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow, in September of 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the deaths of these children, as well as the death of Mr. Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell. Lori Vallow Daybell has been convicted in Idaho, already filing an appeal, for the murders of her children and conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell. Chad Daybell has also been convicted and sentenced to death for these crimes. Given this backdrop of extreme, dropping the alleged beliefs and violence, Ms. Pulaski's statements during the interview take on added significance. Yeah, I'm so sorry about my whatever the hell's going on with my throat. I choked on a chicken nugget too earlier. It was a little scary. I had a near-death experience, and I'm going to write a book. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. That's not. I probably shouldn't joke about that. Okay. The attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Ms. Pulaski's
estranged husband, and Lori Daybell's ex-nephew-in-law occurred on October 2nd, 2019. Mr. Boudreaux was reportedly shot at while driving home, with the bullets narrowly missing him. Law enforcement authorities suspect Alex Cox, Lori Vallow Daybell's brother, was the individual who fired the shots. Mr. Cox died in December 2019 before any charges were filed against him in this particular incident. The timing of this attempted shooting occurring within the same period as the disappearance and deaths of other individuals connected to Lori and Chad Daybell. It suggests a potential link and a pattern of violence orchestrated by them and their associates. So I'm going to read this because I had found this right, so this is, I'm just going to read this little excerpt. It's from the Gilbert Police Department report. It's on page 237. If you want to, if you have your own copy. And so it says, it's a probable cause statement, which is on 270. I'm sorry, hold on. It's on page 236, and then it goes into 237. And it says, hold on. Can you shut it? Oh, I can't see because it's dark. I'm sorry. What are you doing? I saw it in there. Go. I'm online. Babe. Oh my God. He just brought a whole dolly in here, y'all. I'm like, and I can't see him because it's dark and my screen's shining in my eyeballs. Thanks, babe. I'm sorry. Okay. I got a dolly. Yay. Voice. I had two, so I don't know where my two went. Let's see. So it says supplemental report, narrative topic, probable cause, criminal charges. And it says narrative. The following are the criminal charges that will be submitted to the MCAO against the associated offenders for their involvement with the attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux. Details of the events and the related evidence resulting in the submitted charges can be reviewed in previous supplemental reports. Additional evidence, information, statements, and testimony may be learned as criminal proceedings related to this case occur in other jurisdictions. As a result, charges may later be added or amended. Now, again, this is from, I don't know, it didn't have a date when they actually, oh, wait, yeah, it does. The date of this report was November 11th, 2021. And if you want to be specific, at 9:53:09, okay, 9:53 a.m. And it was by Ryan Piller. Okay, and so continuing, just I want to follow this, and this is what they explain from the Gilbert PD report. I suck at finding my own spot again. Okay, here. Okay, so okay, I already said that. There we go. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Additional evidence, information, statements, and testimony may be learned as criminal proceedings. I did say that. As a result, charges may later be added or amended. Probable cause statement. It's pretty short. Digital, physical, audio, and video evidence gathered and processed throughout the duration of the combined investigations has revealed Alexander Lamar Cox, Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell, good God, and Chad Guy Daybell conspired and executed the premeditated murders of multiple victims. All the victims were family members of the offenders. The victims were murdered as a result of the offenders' beliefs that the victims were possessed and had quote-unquote dark souls, amongst other deviant conditions. Between October of 2018 and October of 2019, see, I hate that because it doesn't include the time window for Joe. But they include him in the Gilbert PD report as a victim. So I wish it would say April or March of 2018, but okay. So between October of 2018 and October 2019, Alex, Lori, and Chad identified Brandon Boudreaux as a dark soul. Lori had extensive communication with Melanie Lee Boudreaux Pulowski, which resulted in Melanie and Brandon's separation and divorce. On 9/17, so that's September 17, 2019, Brandon provided Melanie with his new rental address per Melanie's request. That address was known to few people. Only Melanie had relations with the offenders. Between September 26, 2019 and September 29, 2019, Melanie visited Lori and Alex in Idaho. Melanie flew back to Arizona on September 29th, 2019. Between September 25th, 2019 and September 30th, 2019, that's my brother's birthday, Alex, Lori, and Chad prepared for Brandon's murder. Some of those preparations included the involved Jeep Wrangler's window tinting, the removal of the Jeep's backseat, the removal of the Jeep's back wheel, the rental of a storage unit where the Jeep's wheel and seat were stored, Alex going to the shooting range, and the use of throwaway phones by Chad and Alex. On the evening of, wait. I have a hard time. It's the way it's on the evening of, okay, so on the evening of September 30th, 2019, oh my gosh. It's impossible. So on the evening of September 30th, 2019, Alex drove the Jeep Wrangler from Rexburg, Idaho, and arrived near Gilbert, Arizona on October 1st, 2019 at approximately 19:30 hours. I suck at military time. 19:30, 21, 2, 3, 4. So 11, 10, 9, 8, about 7, whatever, somewhere in there. On October 2nd, 2019, at approximately, 7:18 hours. Oh, that's the next morning, 0718 hours. Alex looked up directions to Brandon's rental address while parked approximately 2 miles away. I'll add that it was right there at the damn temple, in the temple parking lot. You know, they have video footage. You know they do. Do we see it? No, we don't see it. Okay. That's what I get for saying that, I guess. All right. At approximately 7:15 hours, Brandon left his residence with his children. At approximately 7:19 hours, Alex drove to Brandon's address and parked outside, where he waited, or as Trina Kay says, lied in wait, laid in wait, or whatever the hell. Lied in wait, yeah. Lying in wait. At approximately, okay, yeah. So he parked outside where he waited for approximately 118 minutes. That's pretty precise. And then it has a big blob of redacted. At approximately 0914 hours, Brandon drove towards his driveway. It won't clear. I'm sorry. When Alex opened the back window of the Jeep and shot at Brandon's moving vehicle. The projectile hit the front driver's side A pillar, but did not strike Brandon. Brandon called 911 as Alex drove away. And then it has redacted. At approximately 13:30 hours, Chad and Lori were captured on surveillance, storing the Jeep's wheel at the storage unit. Redaction, long, pretty long. On 10/3, October 3rd, at approximately 0430 hours, so this is October 3rd, Alex returned to Rexburg, Idaho in the Jeep Wrangler. At approximately 1411 hours, Lori and Alex were captured on surveillance, removing Jeep's wheel and back seat from the storage unit, putting it back, removing it. It says criminal charges. The below charges are being forwarded to the MCAO office against Chad Kay Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell. 1 count Arizona Revised Statute 13-1105A1, first degree murder, and it says C1F. attempted. So it's conspiracy to commit via Arizona Revised Statute 13-1003A. And then it says the next line. Alexander Alex Lamar Cox died in Gilbert, Arizona on December 12, 2019. I like this. If Alex were alive, he would have been arrested and charged for the same offense. As of the supplement, charges are not being submitted against Melanie Lee Boudreaux Pulowski. And that's what it says. And it says charged, end of supplement. So I just wanted to share that, and we'll go back here to this interview with the Detective Ryan Pillar and Melanie Boudreaux. So it says Mr. Cox, Mr. Boudreaux was reportedly shot at while driving home, with the bullets narrowly missing him. Law enforcement authorities suspect Alex Cox, Lori Vallow Daybell's brother, was the individual who fired the shots. Mr. Cox died in December 2019 before any charges were filed against him in this particular incident. The timing of this attempted shooting occurring within the same period as the disappearances and deaths of other individuals connected to, that's a long sentence, to Lori and Chad Daybell suggests a potential link and a pattern of violence allegedly orchestrated by them and their associates. Lori Daybell herself is accused of plotting the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. Legal proceedings against her regarding this charge are ongoing in Arizona. So I did this, a couple weeks ago. According to police reports, Ms. Daybell and Mr. Daybell's shared Doomsday beliefs allegedly identified Mr. Boudreaux as a dark spirit, providing a potential motive for the attempted attack. As Lori Vallow Daybell's niece and Brandon Boudreaux's estranged wife, Melanie Pulowski's perspective and knowledge of the events surrounding this period could be crucial in understanding the motivations and circumstances of the attempted shooting. Melanie Pulowski's position as both the niece of Lori Vallow Daybell and the estranged wife of Brandon Boudreaux places her at the intersection of these complex relationships. It's important to note that Melanie has not been charged in connection with any of these events, and we want to know why. Okay. However, the fact that Mr. Boudreaux, Brandon, hired a private investigator to locate her in 2019 indicates his concerns about her whereabouts and potential knowledge of the unfolding events. Melanie's decision to participate in this police interview suggests a degree of cooperation with law enforcement, although her statements must be evaluated considering her personal circumstances, including the ongoing divorce and her familial connection to Lori Vallow Daybell and Alex. And she was calling Chad Dad. Okay. Detailed analysis of the interview transcript. It says the interview commenced with logistical details where Detective Pillar guided Melanie on placing her belongings and ensured her child was occupied. Ms. Pulowski provided her full name and date of birth, confirming she is the mother of, why does it say 2 children? It's 4 children, and providing their names. She clarified her marital status, stating she was currently married to Brandon Boudreaux, but was in the final stages of divorce through mediation. Through mediation. What to do with it? Through mediation, awaiting the judge's signature. There you go. Melanie also confirmed the child custody arrangements with the children residing with Mr. Boudreaux on Mondays and Tuesdays, and with her on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then alternating extended weekends. She stated that she was not currently employed. These initial details establish Melanie's identity and provide a snapshot of her life circumstances at the time of this interview, offering a foundation for understanding her subsequent statements. Detective Pillar then inquired about Melanie's current relationship with Brandon. She described it as characterized by a, quote, lot of threats and bullying, unquote, which had led her to minimize contact, primarily communicating through text messages. Melanie mentioned a recent night when Brandon had, quote, blown up, unquote, her phone and acted differently, making her hesitant to speak with him. Sorry. She revealed that they had been married for almost 11 years, so right over that 10-year mark. Just, I believe that she was going to follow in her aunt's footsteps. I mean, why not, right? And be able to claim, once you've been married to someone over 10 years, you can file for social security death benefits. And I mean, she had 4 kids. That's contingent on whether they were going to die or not. And that's horrible to say, but it's true. She revealed that they had been married for almost 11 years and together for the same duration. Probably short engagement, just kind of goes with the territory. When asked about the reasons for their separation, Ms. Pawlowski cited, quote, a lot of lies and manipulation, unquote, and the discovery of videos depicting Mr. Boudreaux engaging in, quote, unquote, gay activity and problematic business dealings. She recounted, you know what this tells me? And think about it. They're projectors. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. That's kind of how these people are. They've proven that quite a bit, at least to me. I've seen it over and over and over again. So what does that tell you? Let me go over there so I can mute myself so I can freaking cough. I hate that. It really sucks. Let me switch over here so at least y'all can see what I'm reading. Okay, so again, she cited a lot of lies and manipulation and the discovery of videos depicting Mr. Boudreaux engaging in gay activity and problematic business dealings. She recounted confronting him about these issues during a family trip where he denied everything and accused her of being mentally unwell. You one of them lying crazy Mormons, and Lori don't like that, and apparently many of me don't either. Ms. Pawlowski also mentioned Mr. Boudreaux taking the children and their subsequent efforts to establish a 50-50 custody arrangement, which remained fraught with tension. She expressed concerns regarding Mr. Boudreaux's recent behavior, including extreme stress related to finances and potential drug use, specifically mentioning ecstasy. A little bit of ecstasy. Yeah. She noted his weight loss and erratic behavior, such as wearing sunglasses indoors. Oh, shit. Guess what? Guess what? I just realized what I'm doing. Hopefully my camera will be right. Look, can you see? What? Oh, damn. I'm not on ecstasy, I promise. And that was not planned. I swear. Anyway, I'm going to turn it back off. And I'm sitting here. I was just cleaning, so I shoved him on my head. Hey, hippie gypsy. Let's see. It's 7:20. Yeah, same time here. Okay. So extreme. Okay, and potential drug use specifically. I said that. She noted his weight loss and erratic behavior, such as wearing sunglasses indoors. Oh my God. Damn, I'm doomed. Ms. Pawlowski stated that she no longer believed what Mr. Boudreaux said due to his repeated lies and confirmed that their primary mode of communication was via text message. She recounted Mr. Boudreaux calling and texting her repeatedly the previous night, acting off, and his subsequent text message that morning assuring her that the children were okay, to which she responded, confirming their well-being. I don't like the way that's written. Ms. Pawlowski's portrayal of Mr. Boudreaux as threatening and manipulative could be interpreted as an attempt to cast him in a negative light, potentially influencing the detective's perception or deflecting any potential suspicion towards herself or her family. The mention of Brandon's alleged gay activity, quote unquote, and problematic business dealings suggests significant points of conflict within their marriage, although their direct relevance to the attempted shooting is unclear. Similarly, her concerns about his recent behavior could be genuine observations or an effort to portray him as unstable. Mr. Boudreaux's unusual communication the night before the interview might be significant in understanding his emotional state during this period. I can't even imagine. Further probing into the quote-unquote things Ms. Pulowski found that led to their marital troubles revealed more details. She elaborated on discovering videos of Mr. Boudreaux, Pink Pony, at a gay club, text messages with his partner, and gay photographs. Girl, you got porn on your computer? Hey, listen, okay, so it doesn't say it right here, but they came from Pinterest, okay? Just saying. I opened my Facebook and I'm like, what the hell? Why am I seeing these images? Just right there. What if, oh, hell no. I don't hardly go on there anymore. That just reminded me when I said Pinterest, I was like, it reminded me of the few times I go on Facebook now. And I'm like, damn, I'm so glad I don't. Got a whole hoo-ha in your face. You're like, what? That doesn't even make sense. And I want to ask, does that happen to y'all? Because it's weird. Oh, have a drink on me. Goodbye. I'm singing. Oh, thank you, Hawkeyes. Appreciate you. Good. I'll say so long, farewell. Okay, I won't do that. Won't do it. Yeah, we'll see on the flip side. I need to ask Megan. I'm gonna probably text her in a little while and see if she wants to co-stream or joint stream. It doesn't happen to you. What the hell, then? Y'all, I want to open it now, Facebook, just so I can show you. I'm like, I barely go on Facebook unless it's like to sign into something or grab a document, to whomever. I don't know. I don't like that though. It's weird. Oh, but I need to ask Megan if she wants to I don't know. I'll see.
Hey, Kresha.
Yeah.
Are you doing See You on Thursday tonight? Tuesday?
Oh, shit. I forgot. I don't know. I forgot it was Tuesday. I did. Oh, my God. Damn. Yeah. God, I'm so glad you told me that. And I really told you earlier, about Ray Hermosillo when I met him. He's the one that taught me about See You Next Tuesday. Holy crap. I don't know my days right now. Okay, well, I need to go find out, huh?
All right. And we're good. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. Everybody get your Wheaties.
Yeah. Don't let nobody piss in them either. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Figuratively, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Donna, for doing this. Thank you, mods, and again, thank you, Hawkeyes, and have a good night too. And Hope Grace earlier, Lainey gifted 5 difficult research memberships, and Lisa discovers also. So thank y'all so much. All right, we're getting justice. It's happening. It's happening. Oh my God, it's weird. Busted. Were there calls to Lori and Chad after? Yes, there were. Alex stayed on the phone with Chad a lot of the way. Yeah. I've heard this, but I've also heard some about Alabama. I heard it was a bachelor party, and because he most Mormons, they don't consume alcohol, they don't smoke, they don't, all those things. He was a designated driver allegedly, and I couldn't be with somebody so straight-laced, so I'm a goofball and I like to be silly and have fun. And so if that does that, if dancing and joking and having a good time with your friends at a bachelor party where you're not drinking and you're going back home to your wife and your children and you don't beat her, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. She's very white privilege, very, I don't need a job. I got 300,000, and she's just living on, I don't know, not love, but something. Kay's words, slow and steady. That's my daughter taught me this back when she was a kindergartner. And she'll be 20 this year, December 23rd. she was like, Mom, slow and steady wins the race. And I was like, wow, that resonates. Yeah. It's goofing off. Yeah. It's letting off steam. Probably because she was, wait, hold on. I remember now we had that video of her when she was younger and she was like, what's gonna work? Teamwork. She had sunglasses on in the house. That's all I'm saying. She's the one smacking her own ass. But anyways. And yeah, and he can wear pink. You know what I'm saying? Like he is the he's the bee's knees. Yeah, I hope so too. I'm so glad that I'm surprised that Lori did not cross Ray, although it's probably the smartest thing she's done. Okay. I'm glad he was there and did what he did. I'm sorry for what he had to see from Chad and Lori's effed up doings to those children. That's something that it bonds us together. It binds us together for life. You know, I talked to him a few times, you know, on Facebook and stuff over the course of, you know, before I met him. Real nice dude. But I feel for him so much, you know, like I remember when he testified in Chad Daybell's preliminary hearing, and just I could sense it through the television, you know. I was just like, oh my God. I hate what he had to describe. I hate what he had to explain. I hate what he had to find. I hate what he had to smell, see, deal with, testify to, dream about, have nightmares about, look at his own children, have it affect his own life. I hate it, but I'm glad. I'm grateful, you know, I'm grateful. Nobody should ever have to do that. No kid should ever have to go through that. No investigator should ever have to find that ever. Anyways, all right. I need to quit reading those comments because then I'm just gonna stay. So I gotta go see Joe. He may be busy. I know he's been working his butt off. Him and Trace. Yeah. Just trying to gather my thoughts. They're scattered right now. I wanted to go up there, but I think I would rather. Me and Jason talked about this earlier. I think I'd rather find out for sure when the sentencing is going to be. They said 30 to 60 days after, you know, when she was found guilty. Lori was found guilty in my Uncle Charles's trial that just ended. And then she hurried, hurry scurry right through that, what you call it? The stipulation, right? And so she hurriedly agreed to, sentence me after the next trial. And I mean, Judge Bresky couldn't say, hey, you want to wait till you're found guilty again, and then we'll just have both of them. So, you know, so I got to find out how that's going to go down. And that's for sure when I'll show up. And, but I want to see Megan. I want to see Trace and Joe and, oh my gosh, Sue Ellen. Oh, I can't wait to go see Sue Ellen. And I don't know, I don't really want to go see the courthouse, so to speak, but I want to be there. I've been fighting really hard for a really long time. So but it's like, it's sad too, because it's like an ending, you know. It's like, oh my God, I never thought we'd ever get here, ever. Yeah, it's supposed to be, but like when, you know what I'm saying? Like, because she will be found guilty again. So like, but they said 30 to 60, I do believe, but check me, 30 to 60 days after, you know, she was found guilty. But I mean, they knew that this trial was not going to last that long. So I'm sure it makes sense, you know, to have both have sentencing at the same time, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. And I'm not looking forward to any damn, what you call those things? Scorpions. Not good. Oh, thank you, Andrea. That's sweet. It really is. Thank you. I don't know. I don't like change. I don't like going to different places, but I need to, go make peace with it. Plus, hey, and plus I'll have to ask mom, and I haven't heard anything about this, but we did the memorial celebration of life for the children for Tylee and JJ in Idaho Falls during Chad's trial. And so she always said, her and Larry always said that they would do one. We would do one in Arizona also, and then we're going to do one in Louisiana. So sounds like the right time and the right place. I want to see Brandon again. I met him. And, he's a cool dude. He was, drinking Red Bull. So just a cool dude. I'm proud of him. So, all right. I love y'all. And see you mañana. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe, and Brandon, and his children, and his wife, all the people, right? Thank y'all for being here. Please hit, the like button, subscribe. Please help me with the algorithm gods or whatever. And thank you, Detective's daughter. Yes, I think so too. Okay, 10:15 Arizona Pacific time, 11:15 Mountain, 12:15 Central, and 1:15 Eastern. Goodness. All right, bye y'all. Love always wins. You're